It's time to get spooky for the solo dev Halloween jam. How's it going, everyone? Hype? Hype for this Halloween jam. I got my Over the Garden Wall sweatshirt on. Don your vegetables. A the Ant coming in with a 5-stream watch streak. That's awesome. How's it going? Happy Friday as well. Let's not discount that. It's a glorious Friday here. I just created a new Obsidian Vault here. We got the spooky tunes. We're participating in the solo development Halloween Jam number 9 this weekend, October 24th through October 27th. It just started. Submissions due in 2 days, 23 hours, 14 minutes, and 55 seconds. Let's go. The theme, for anyone who is wondering, is black and white. Black and white. That is the theme. This is a great jam. This jam allows for pre-made assets, though no AI-generated assets, which we would never. So we're going to be using a ton of pre-made assets. We'll probably make some modifications, especially considering the black and white theme restriction. But it's kind of a blank check. Very dramatic music. I'm going to leave this tab up. So we got a number of things we can do here. I kind of want to do some game asset shopping in a little bit to give us a direction a little bit in terms of visuals. I would like to do some ideating here. Theme. Can I just change this? Yeah, theme. Theme. Black and white. The theme immediately made you think of an idea. Awesome. Are you going to be doing the jam? Do I need to change the zoom level? I do. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. Interpretations of the theme. Probably not. Okay, give me your idea then. Don't be hogging the ideas. Hey, Diginanigans. Obvious interpretations is just aesthetic. Literally black and white. Literally no colors. Like, that's an easy interpretation of the theme. It's kind of a blank check, as I said, to kind of do literally whatever we want. I don't know. There's I'm gonna write Molyneux. I don't know how to spell his name. Peter Molyneux. New. Molyneux. The ultimate nerd snipe would be to do like a black and white game. Maybe I should put that separate. Black and white. When did that come out? When did black and white come out? (2001). That's the ultimate nerd snipe, because I would totally do that and I would not finish a game. I would not finish it. Ooh, newspaper. Like, black. Like, old-timey print. I'm going to say old-timey because newspapers are old-timey now. What about a game set set in a newspaper? Wow, you both had the idea. You both were like newspaper. That never even occurred to me. Black and white and red all over. That would be if we made like a slasher game. We would call it black and white and red all over, but it would be like RED or something. I don't know. Hey, next, what up? Your interpretation would be something like good or bad, or opposites like day versus night. I was thinking yin and yang or some sort of duality. Okay, duality. Opposing extremes, I guess I could say. Like no gray. Like it's like these aren't game ideas I'm writing down. I'm just thinking of I'm writing down different interpretations of the theme, like what it means. Shenanigans, a scene that inverts from white on black versus black on white. Yeah, I was thinking about that. That's like Ikaruga or something, right? Not Ikaruga. Which is the one that's black and white? Black and white shmup. Is it Ikaruga? Oh yeah, it is, isn't it? I'm gonna write Ikaruga, which is a word, I guess. Throw that in there. Hey, Nick's also on the 5-stream watch streak. This is fun. I like this little watch streak thing. What about like black hat and white hat hackers? Okay. I'm gonna call this, I'm gonna write this down as inverting colors. So these are kind of my interpretations of the theme in terms of the vibe. I think obviously the easiest thing is to just do a black and white aesthetic and just then gameplay wise kind of just do literally whatever we want. I don't think I'm going to do a homage to Peter Molyneux's black and white. I would totally do it and it would take me months, if not years. Do something with silhouettes. Black Spy versus White Spy. How about, instead of opposing extremes, I'm going to write diametrically opposed. I think that covers all these cases of like black hat, white hat, black mage, white mage, black spy, white spy. You do it. It's a kind of duality. And then Ikaruga has the interesting modification of it inverts those. Inverts that opposition. Well, it doesn't invert the opposition, but you know what I mean. These are interesting interpretations. I'm going to open a new one here. Open new note. I'm going to open this to the right. Open to the right. And then this is going to be like game ideas. I'm just going to start writing stuff. Do we even need to do anything beyond just constraining color space to black and white? Genuine question. Genuine question. It's like kind of a lazy way to do it, but I feel like it's fine. What's the jam? How's the jam getting rated? Theme interpretation is almost certainly a category. Yeah, so it's a quarter of the categories is theme interpretation. So I don't know. I've talked to people a lot of times about how theme interpretation works in a game jam. Some people consider that if you just do the most obvious interpretation, that's a 5 out of 5. And other people are like, the basic interpretation is a 3. And then anything interesting or unusual is a 5. And some people do the opposite. Some people are like, I start at 5, and then everything they do to like be kind of weird subtracts points. So I don't know exactly how much I care about that. Rhiannon Journey. First, you have to build the isometric tile block editor for the black and white game. Don't kid with me. The question is, are you going to use a 1-bit palette? I guess. That is a good question. That is a good question. Will there be any, like, gray shading? Rhiannon Journey. You don't think I have to do anything different, but if you want points for creativeness, you'll need to. Oh, yeah, creativity is another thing, too. But that's kind of, like, orthogonal to theme interpretation. At least is the way it's written down. So we want to do something fun and interesting. We need to try to follow. Let me see if I've got Aramis's tips here. I'm going to try to find those here. Aramis's game. Aramis's game jam tips. I always look at this. Pretty much. Every time we do a jam. But we'll do that in a second here. Next, here's an idea for a game. Black and white stickman on opposite sides of the screen, the opposite color background, and the same color platforms as the stickman. It's a platformer, and you control both characters with WASD for the black and the arrow keys for the white stickman. That could be interesting. That could be interesting. You could do some kind of, maybe the black character can only stand on black platforms, or maybe the opposite. It feels like a Flash game you played. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of any of those dual platformer games. Shenanigans. If you did that, you would try to keep it closer to black and white versus just grayscale. Yeah, I think the 1-bit palette thing is smart, relatively. Shenanigans. If you were gonna hop onto this jam, you'd think you would try something that's a combination of the inverting white scene versus black scene, but you'd make a really simple platformer. You play as a mage. When the colors invert, you play as the other type of mage. Stuff like that. Okay, like type specific. Yeah, that could be fun. I'm really not a platform dev. I'm more of a top-down than I am a side-scrolling dev, so I have a hard time thinking of anything I could do platforming-wise. Hey, practical. We're getting started a little bit late here, but we're on our way to shipping a game. We've successfully interpreted the theme a few different ways. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna try to incorporate black and white into the mechanics of the game. That seems hard to me. I'm not quite sure how I would want to do that. We've had a few interpretations of the theme, like aesthetic interpretations. The nerd snipe interpretation would be Peter Molyneux's black and white. Newsprint, I think, is a really interesting interpretation. Doing something with newsprint could be fun. Or we could do any kind of diametrically opposed thing, like white spy, white mage, black mage. Or Ikaruga stuff, where we play around with inverting the two types. I think that could be cool. I feel like we're going to see a few Ikaruga clones. Lots of people are struggling with it. I kind of like it. It's kind of a blank check, honestly. Like, you could make any game and then put a black and white filter on it, which is maybe what we do. I'm just trying to answer this first question of, do we need to do anything beyond just constraining the color space? I think we should play up. I think we should adhere to the... Oh, I think we should minimize the amount of grayscale gradient. So I think that's a reasonable thing. I think that would be a helpful thing to do. I'm gonna put that as part of this thought. There's a separate thought. Because I think if you do too much grayscale gradient, you kind of lose that nice contrast of the black and white. Maybe maximize the contrast element, contrast aspect of black and white. Yeah. I think that's the reason they're struggling, right? Because it's not constraining enough. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. I think I should be okay because I can only make certain kinds of games. Hey, Reynold. Welcome in. How's it going? Happy Friday. We're doing a game jam this weekend here. We're doing the solo dev jam number 9, which started just like an hour ago. Yeah, almost exactly an hour ago. We're already an hour in. We've just started ideating. I think we're going to do okay. We'll see. Sorry if I'm missing stuff in the chat. Nix, you could do a top-down shooter where your bullets, and your enemies are all the same color, while the background's a different one. Then that's almost Asteroid. Yeah, yeah. And then if you want to go the Ikaruga route, you start like playing with that. Rhiannon Journey, perhaps some sort of vampire survivor-like. It follows the same thing with switching to different types of magic by switching the color palette. Yeah, I think I would need to do all of this in like a shader or something. I don't want to make all these different assets. You could fake gray with dithering. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's not a bad idea. Let me write that down. Could use dithering for shading instead of gradient. That might be hard for us just because we're kit bashing this. Like, I don't plan on drawing anything from scratch, really. I like the solo dev jam because I like kit bashing stuff and kind of working outside my comfort zone. That said, unless we do something 3D, we'll probably still just end up doing pixel art 2D, like top-down, some kind of top-down thing, probably with tile maps, because I like tile maps. I don't like freeform physics-based movement and stuff like that. I like nice, predictable stuff with pathfinding and stuff like that. I like that. Random Journey. How will limiting grayscale change your art pipeline? Will it make it more difficult, time-consuming if you're using pre-made? Putting any constraints on the art is going to be limiting. So what we should probably do is we should probably just start shopping around because I don't have a strong idea. I feel like we're going to be driven a lot by what we can find. I did some shopping yesterday, but I didn't really commit to anything or look that hard. Are you cool with me linking the stream on Itch and embedding on the site? Oh yeah, please do. I plan on doing 8-hour streams each day this weekend, something like that. Yeah, I appreciate that. If you go with a newspaper idea, you could make like 5 levels, call them issues. That could be fun. Editions. You could fake it with shaders, though. Pixelate the screen, replace the pixels with their closest blurred version of a texture palette of dither boxes. I could do that. I'm not the best. I'm okay with shaders, with fragment shaders. I am not great, though. Reynold, you're getting a good idea is the longest part. Oh, yeah, for a jam, for sure. You recently started watching the FTL streams. You thought by to drop it on a live stream. Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, we're taking a little break on that. Let's look up Halloween. I was looking spooky before, but I feel like spooky. So 771 Halloween results. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for tuning in, catching me live here. I really appreciate anyone who takes the time out of their day to hang out here. Yeah, there's only 200 spooky. Oh, this is with both Halloween and spooky. What's just spooky? So spooky's 505. Halloween is 771. That's like more. Charm Mystic, thank you for the follow. How's it going? Happy Friday. So there's lots of sound effects. I don't feel like I'm going to have a hard time finding sound effects. Oh, we got a tag free. Free. Horrify. That's pretty funny. This looks good. It's like a lo-fi shader. Is it doing color correction? Not really. I don't know. What's this do? Oh, Lord. This is cool. We might need some of this. Chromatic aberration is crazy. I don't know if we should use chromatic aberration. That could be a fun way to introduce color, though. I don't know. That's interesting. Keep that in mind. Still working? Do it soon? Oh, no. No rush. No rush, Practical. Some sort of tower defense. Tower defense could be fun. You make a really simple post-processor shader to invert colors. Yeah, I think that would be fine. We can even do... We could do something at the A-sprite level. We could do something at the... So here's a Reaper character. That's cute. I'm tempted to go in this direction, but it's all going to depend on what we can find. And, like, I've got to be sensitive to the fact that, like, will this read? I'll have to do, like, a contrast check to see if a little character like this would read. Is this even animated? Idle, running, wield and holster, scythe attack. Okay, there's a little scythe guy we could use. Moonstone Keeper. Something like this would be sick. Yeah, I don't really know. I thought a cute thing to do would be like some kind of cozy game. Like you're like a Halloween, like you're like a graveyard farmer or something like that. And then I realized that's literally a game. I don't think I'm going to try to make Gravekeeper in 72 hours. Hey, full box, jam. Graveyard Keeper, that's what it's called. I don't think I can do this in 72 hours, you know what I mean? But I thought it'd be cute to maybe like farming graves and like trying to like raise the dead or something. Like you're like a little graveyard farmer and you're trying to raise the dead somehow. Probably by doing little spells over the graves or adorning them with different things or something. I think that could be cute. It's also in color. You can read between the lines on that, Nix. we can what, like, we're not gonna look for only black and white assets. If we need to. Zombie dog, cute. Zombie cat, cute. Do I know the game Framed? I do not. Framed game. The daily movie guessing game? Or something else? Noir puzzles? Like this? Oh. It's like a scene manipulation thing. That's neat. Kenny had the 3D cemetery set, which could probably be expanded with some of his other assets. I did look, I'm going to be super honest, I did look at the Kenny grave set. I'm a little scared to do this in 3D. Like, it would just be straight up easier to do it in 2D. Because at least in 2D, if I have to make an art asset to cover some kind of gap, I can do it. But I literally can't do that in 3D. Spooky, scary assets. Let's look at this. What's this? This looks like a lot of stuff. It's too small. I can't see it. Okay. What's in this? I guess I'll watch the video. Okay, this is side on. We don't really want side on. I think we're going to do top down because that's kind of the only thing I'm comfortable with. Cute, though. We're going to do 3D or we're probably going to do top down. That's probably what we're going to do. You're thinking something like that, but in newspaper style? I could see that. I could see that. Zombie toast. That's cute. Halloween tiles and walking characters. Could be useful. Little skeleton guy, little pumpkin guy. Yeah, let's go to Kenny. I think Kenny had their Halloween stuff, like, first page. Yeah, they have their graveyard kit. I'm tempted by this graveyard kit. All these little guys can animate, too. Like, maybe you can raise different types of undead as, like, crops by doing different things. Like, you could, like, raising a ghost takes one set of steps, and a skeleton takes another, and a zombie takes another, and a vampire takes another. Like, we got a lot. We've got dirt mound. We've got empty dirt. We've got... Like, maybe you've got to place the coffin in the ground, and then you've got to do some things. Like, maybe you've got to bury them and then tend the grave, and then you can raise them. Or maybe other ghosts you can summon at, like, an altar or something like that. I think that could be really fun. Do, like, a cutesy graveyard. I'm kind of hung up on the graveyard farmer idea. I'm not gonna lie. These come with animations, which is pretty helpful. Again, same concern about not being able to really do any of the art myself, but I honestly find it's easier to kit bash in 3D than it is in 2D, especially for pixel art. I'm kind of tempted to go with this and start heading in this direction, but we're going to take our time. We're going to think about it. We've barely looked at the stuff that's available to us. So, yeah, I think we're going to just keep thinking for a second. But I'm tempted to go in this direction. Oh, graveyard kit's right here. You're allowed to use these in any project. No need to ask permission. Attribution not required. We always provide attribution. We also have a gameplay template, or not gameplay. We have a game jam. I guess you could call it a gameplay template. We have a template we're using from a friend of mine, Mac. We're using Mac's gameplay template. Let me see if I can get the... We're using this gameplay template, or this game template. It's not a gameplay template, it's a game template. It's for, like, quickly creating UI. So all our UI is taken care of. There might be some juicy additional features. I've got kind of a preview version of a premium edition of the plugin. So I might have some additional things, but the current version has main menu, options menu, pause menu, credits, scene loader, extra tools, etc. So lots of cool stuff. Would be really nice to not have to worry about any of this. Trying to have a chill game jam here. So we're definitely using this. I've already got this installed. I hope it'll work. I'm going to put this on here too, because I want to be able to advertise this. The rules say new projects only. It is a new project. This is like considered like a code template. Build it during the jam weekend. Old work or spam submissions will be removed. They're talking about the game project itself, but I appreciate the concern. Generally, even if you're in a jam that says no pre-made assets, you're generally allowed to use code templates. Code is not generally considered an asset, but I understand that it's kind of, if you're talking about pre-made scenes and everything, you're kind of in a gray area, but I feel comfortable with doing it. I don't think there's an issue with that specifically. But yeah, obviously don't, start with a game project that you were working on earlier. I created the project just so I could initialize it. There is one issue with this kit, and it's that there's no background. So I would need to come up with some kind of little simple 2D background. You need to make your own computer before you start. CPU, GPU, etc. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, full box. I should probably fire up the forge. I need to smelt some metal. I need to melt down some silicon. I watched you playing RV There Yet this morning. It was pretty fun. I have a friend group that's been playing a lot of a lot of peak, and that looks like a fun thing, kind of like that to play. These are cool. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna make an action game. So maybe I just get some background texture stuff so that we can do a background. Some of these are crazy. Pixel art ragdoll skeleton character. Look at this. This is insane. I'm gonna go look at that in a second. I'm gonna simplify this and search for 3D. Autumn stuff, 2D isometric. Oh, maybe we're making an isometric game. Oh, we're not doing that. I'm just kidding. I'm just having a little fun here. Ooh, Old Town Cemetery starter tile set. Let's take a quick look at this, though. I'm pretty sure we're going to try to do 3D, because I literally would never make a 3D game otherwise. Crypt tile set. That's kind of tempting. Full box. You smoked like a million cigarettes. Yeah, that game is wild. I watched you guys do the some of the crazy jumps. Those were wild. Yeah, I think we're just gonna go with Kenny. Probably. I think we're starting to have an idea for a direction here. I'm gonna look for 3D stuff that we can Isometric home kitchen is in the spooky tag. Part of the horror home series. Okay. And the music is very intense. Yeah, I think we're not going to have a problem at all with things like sound effects and stuff. Or maybe we could use this spooky gate as like a main menu thing. Let me just take a look, see what we got in 3D. So we got 3D and spooky. We'll look at 3D and Halloween. Diginanigans. If you have 3D assets, you really don't want to do 3D, you can just toss them into a quick isometric camera or top down or whatever and just screenshot it. Just set the camera to orthographic. Can downscale the resolution if you want to as well. Yeah, we could do that. We probably won't, but we could do that. If anything, I would probably just make a camera and constrain it to a perspective if I wanted to do some kind of perspective thing. Okay, here's some stuff. Some little rooms. This stuff looks too high res, but we could use some of it maybe. Low poly modular dungeon asset. It's also too high res, but we'll see how long we can do the crazy spooky audio. I'm going to try to stick with it. Fog Island. This also looks way too high res. I like this spooky Halloween gate. I have an idea for how to use that to do like a main menu maybe. Phasmophobia recreation in Minecraft. That's kind of cool. Some of these low poly packs might be useful to us. This graveyard pack is pretty cool. This is creepy. All right, let's look at Halloween real quick. I just want to open up a bunch of tabs and look through them and see what we can use. So we're going to get rid of the spooky tag, and we're going to add Halloween. Welcome. Rihanna Journey, you saw Fullbox smoking underwater at one point? That's pretty funny. So Halloween bits for sure. The K-Kit Spooktober thing might be useful. It looks like it has a lot of overlap. I think the coherency of the... Oh, wait, this is K-Kit's Halloween bits. That's not Kenny. I'm gonna add that though. This we might kit bash with the Kenny one. It looks really similar. There's also this low poly Halloween kit. Okay, I don't know if this one is the song tracks that just consist of crazed laughing are gonna get to me. Oh my god. It's our retro haunted house. Voxel graveyard, that's cute. I could do without the snorting. Some more cemetery, low poly cemetery stuff. I think I opened that one already. Ooh, vampire. That looks fun. That's neat. All right. Yeah, okay. I think we've got a pretty good set here that we can consider. Oh, their cursor is a pumpkin. That's adorable. Oh, I'm muted. I don't know how long I was muted for. I've mainly been complaining about this audio track. Yeah, I think I'm okay on this. It's like a 10-minute track of just like haunted house sounds. All right, not this one. Forest pack. 2 haunted ground tiles, grass or brick. I may or may not need that. I'm a little concerned about the background. What background I would use. I could also just not have a background. We could just have like a clear and not worry about it. This skeleton one is wild. We're not using this, but look how crazy this skeleton is. This is nuts. Super cool. This is cute. This is super cute. This also doesn't come with any kind of background, but I really like this. We could maybe put some 2D elements in our 3D game, but this would look weird next to what I think we're doing. I'm going to leave this up for a second, though. Old Town Cemetery starter tile set. This looks cute. This would work, too, for our idea. But I think the Kenny one is cuter, because there would also be a character you could direct around. This one's cool. We might actually use this one, maybe. Although we don't really have an idea for an indoor scene, unless we just made an indoor scene with this, which feels like that would be a little derivative. But maybe that would be nice and cozy. Or like a menu screen or something. I don't know. I kind of like the idea of using just that gate. Oh, this is a lot. Probably not that. This though, I feel like we could use this. We could have this gate set up in front of some kind of backdrop, and then the gate could open, and that could be like the main menu. I think that could be fun. Like when you hit play, like it does that. That could be cool. I'm gonna keep that in mind. It's like a 3D horror project, like a big. It's probably a whole house. Not gonna worry about that. So this looks good. The K-Kit bits thing looks good here. This is the Halloween kit. Comes with this. Okay, so it comes with some tiles. Some of these like... So this is what we need, but it doesn't have any characters. It does have ground tiles, though. Which would be good. So we might want this kit. We might mash this kit up with the... I like this. I like this a lot. This one's cute. This one's got some fun, cute little things in it. This could be fun for variety. We're probably going to do another, like, PS1 shader thing, like we did for Mini Delivery. Because I like to do that when I do one of these 3D kit bash kind of things, because it kind of unifies everything. These are some nice cemetery packs here. I don't know if we'd need that. Okay, this is I think the basis. So we could go with this as our basis, because this comes with characters. Or we could go with the K-Kit one. This one. Are they similar enough that we could use both of them? I kind of looks like it. They're colored differently, but if we're just gonna black and white everything, it's not really a problem. They could be very different scales. I'd have to look at the models to know that. Is there a reason to use both, though? So here's some ground tile stuff. I think we would just make the ground very dark, just to provide contrast with all of these, which are going to be made black and white. I don't really see a strong reason to use both of these. And this one doesn't really have characters. I could mix and match, though. Like, I could use the characters from this. Because this doesn't actually have a lot of skeletons. It has the skeleton character, but it doesn't have a lot of this, like, intermediate step of, like, bones. Like, maybe you need to gather pieces of bones and, like, deposit them in a grave or something. If you want to create a skeleton or something. And then maybe mausoleums could make other things, like... Next, you could pick and choose the characters and the crops and use the rest from the other pack. Yeah, I think I might kit bash these two. I think these are pretty good. I especially like the hole in the ground here. Like, this could provide us our ground tiles, and we could add differentiation by putting these little details. Yeah, I think this is good. I think this is good. Yeah, maybe you need to collect candles or lay out candles for for summoning ghosts and stuff, and then you need skulls and stuff for skeletons. Maybe you could use pumpkins for something. I don't know. Because we've got skeleton, ghost. We've got our little farmer guy. There's also zombies and vampires. Maybe vampires we can summon from like the mausoleum or something. Yeah, I like the graveyard and the K-Kit one better. So I feel like if we could get some characters, some 3D characters out of this, that would be good. These are all super cute though. I'm going to download these. We're going to start with these two. Maybe double check the licensing. Rhiannon Journey, you've been MIA, but those do look pretty similar for kit bashing. Yeah, I think they're quite good. I think they're quite good. They've got a lot of redundancy, but that's okay. That's okay. I don't think that's a problem. Nix, you had an idea. You could do a reverse tower defense. You have to build an army of zombies, ghouls, ghosts, etc., and you need to make X and around. And the mausoleums, graves, etc. are generating them. Like a monster factory kind of game. Yeah, that could be interesting. Yeah, because I guess there is the question of what do you do once you've, like, you know, summoned these things. 3D and Halloween. Skeleton character looks interesting. It's cute. It's not really the right art style. I think I'm pretty happy with the art we've selected. Hey Noztech, how's it going? Welcome in. We're doing a game jam this weekend. Happy Friday. Rhiannon Journey, the walk out of the graveyard and attack the town. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. That's the problem. That's the thing I struggle with, you know. I come up with a fun thing to make, but the problem is oftentimes it's fun to make and not particularly fun to play, and that's something I want to address this jam. Which I think the best way to do that, I might actually want some of the assets from this too. But not right now. I'm going to save it for later. And this, and the gate. I think the gate I might actually use. This one's also cute. They've got little hats, which is pretty adorable. There's candy. Candy could be fun. Oh, this one has like some kind of portal. Maybe they walk out of a portal. Additional cemetery stuff. This. I don't think I need either of these. This would be cool if we were doing this idea in 2D. This is probably what we would use. All right, I think that's okay. An okay place to start in terms of asset packs. I'm gonna get these downloaded. We're gonna try the K-Kit and the Kenny Halloween packs. Spooky piano. How's everyone else's ideation going? We're an hour and a half into the jam here. I think I'm okay. I've got a direction. Are there any other Kenny or K-Kit packs that make sense here? There's some dungeon packs. I don't think those would do any good for us, though. That would really change the layout. Yeah, because we're not doing a dungeon. We're doing, like, above ground stuff. Not necessarily, but that's kind of the direction we're headed. Is there anything else? Kind of want to see what else K-Kit's got. Oh, there's a skeleton character pack. That could be useful. There's also a medieval pack. Let me look at this skeleton character pack here. I think this is a little too RPG. I don't think we want RPG level skellies. Yeah, this is too much. Super cool, though. I think this is too much. Maybe it's not. I think it could be fun. I think the fun part of the game could be figuring out what combination of things on the grave makes which kind of creature. Like here we've got 4. We've got Ghost, Skelly. Ignore the farmer. The farmer would be your character. Zombie and vampire. And yeah, it could be fun to have to do some combination of things to make that happen. So yeah, I think we're going to use this one. And I think we're going to use this one. Not that one. This one. And then the other 2 I'm saving here, but I don't think we need them right now. Next, yeah, like having a slider on the left, it goes closer to the tower. The more monsters you send pushing back the heroes. Yeah, okay, so you want like a Tower Wars style game. Rhiannon Journey, you're stuck on the graveyard on one side, summoning and sending monsters to the other side to fight off someone who is summoning them against you. Oh, that's literally Tower Wars. Okay. Reminds you of Dungeon Keeper. Dungeon Keeper is something I was thinking of. For sure. Next, I can do a user placeable portal, and the gameplay loop is to optimize the different monster factories. Yeah, I've played Dungeon Keeper. I played Dungeon Keeper 3 well, not recently, you know, within the last few years. That was fun. Char Mystic, thank you for the stretch. Good idea. We're gonna be live here for 7 or 8 hours. I need to remember to take breaks. This isn't like a regular stream. Nature pack. I might actually need this one. Are there ground tiles for this? Kind of. Okay, so there are extra K-Kit nature stuff. Like, specifically, I'm interested in these ground tiles, these ground pieces. Then we're starting to get into grid map territory, which we might actually use. Ooh, so creepy. Such creepy music we got going on here. We can get 8 different colors that we have to just turn into black and white. Oh, wait. Is there ground stuff here? Oh, yeah. No, this is good. we're going to use this as our basis. This is our basis, the K-Kit Halloween. I think I prefer this for most of the environment stuff. I think I prefer this for that. We can supplement with the Kenny graveyard kit, maybe. I don't know. I guess I'll probably play with them and decide what I prefer. Probably lean more on the K-Kit version. Some of these could be useful too. There's also a K-Kit dungeon pack, which wouldn't be super useful, but some of these items could be good. Thinking those vials could be useful for like the vampire or something. I don't know. I don't know. But I'm thinking about it. All right. Okay, we got that. So next, you're going to use the next couple of hours for changing out your RimWorld mod list. Okay. So yeah, so let's think about this now. We can start writing stuff again, probably. Actually, before we do that, let's do the thing. Oh, we've got an ad break. I'm going to hang out for a second. Oh, we've got an ad break. This is like one of the only good songs that I've played so far. Brandon, Charney, you need help. You haven't really gotten back into your game. Already last night, you couldn't fall asleep because you were thinking of all the tooling you could make to make the game. Oh no. One of us. One of us. Yeah, I don't know how I could help with that except to encourage you to do it. All right, ads over in 1 minute here. Kind of following along with the Game Jam Discord here. Just see what people are thinking about. Everyone's arguing about the theme. All right. Ad break is almost over here. Rhiannon, you think it's a procrastination issue for you? You were thinking of making a web app to manage all the data and stats and such, and you know that is something you can do very well. The game itself is something you don't know if you can do well. No, I understand gravitating towards a task that you're like comfortable and familiar with. That sort of thing always happens. But to be fair, the other thing is a tool that you could use for like a number of different games. So there's a reason people say things like make systems, not games, because then at least you have some kind of reusability. Yeah, you can always iterate on it. Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. Okay. All right. So game ideas. So we're thinking that black and white is literally we're just using that as an aesthetic element. I don't think we're gonna do anything more with it except that. So we're gonna start writing stuff out for that. What are we gonna call this thing? Graveyard Keeper is a game already. Graveyard Keeper style farming game. What about a Graveyard Keeper style farming game? I'm kind of tempted by this. I say kind of tempted. It's literally my only idea. Grave Protector. I think you're hung up on tower defenses, Nyx. Rhiannon, you want to get an MVP to make sure it all kind of works together and then start making proper systems and toolings. That is the smart thing to do. Note that's not what I'm doing personally for my project. So, you know, it's probably better to do that. The gravest. We call it like Potter's Field something. Potter's Field is actually Potter's Field is a specific thing. That's not really the right kind of thing. A Potter's Field is like a mass grave. Whatever, the name will come. What about a graveyard keeper style farming game? So what would you do with this? It would be like, I'm gonna get rid of the what about. I'm gonna put this, and I'm gonna put like a graveyard keeper style farming game could be interesting. It would be like tend to empty graves. Well, tend to graves starting from an empty grave. Plant a body. Tend to the earth. Let me turn the earth. Turn the earth. Attend the various tombs. And depending on what you do, you can grow. You can grow, maybe like you can grow different kinds of undead depending on what you do. To distinguish as you can grow different kinds of undead as crops. As sort of crops. On how you tended to their graves. I think that's kind of neat. I think that'd be kind of neat. I don't know what the point of this would be, is the thing. I'm not 100% sure on the game part of this. I might fall into the bare necessities trap where I make just like a cute little cozy game. Lost Marble. When a tomb is unattended, the dead come out of it. Oh, maybe that's what you're supposed to be? Maybe it's the opposite. Galaxy brain distinction there. What if it's you're trying to keep them in the grave? And if you don't, they come up. That is a good idea. Lost Marble, thank you. Thank you for the follow earlier today. I saw that. Are you solo dev jamming? Mr. Magoo, long time no see. How's it going? I'm doing great. We're doing a game jam this weekend. We're doing the solo development Halloween jam number 9. Yeah, that's a really good idea.
Impeccable, Captain.
We might just snatch that up. What if the objective was actually to keep corpses from rising by attending to their graves? Adequately. That's genius. That's genius. Just listening while working. Super appreciate that. Great, 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 great input. Because that's the thing. I was thinking about this and I was like, how do I make this a game that's not just like a horrible nightmare? Because like, I don't know. I watch Thin Matrix, their devlogs, and they're working on like a gardening game, and there's so much involved because like, yeah, you grow your crops, right? Then what? Well, you got to sell them, you got to get more seeds, you got to do this, whatever. This would be kind of cool. Nick's Grave Protector is not inaccurate for what we're thinking about. So maybe the more skeletons and stuff escape from the cemetery. If too many skeletons and stuff and monsters escape from the cemetery, you lose. That could be cool. Cemetery. Cemetery? How do you spell cemetery? Cemetery. Oh, come on, autocomplete. Cemetery. That's genius. All right. I think we got it. I think we're in a direction. Grave Sealer? Okay, that's not bad. People would be like, Grave Stealer? I mean, I want to say Graveyard Keeper, but that's literally, you know, that's literally a game title already, yeah? Okay, okay. So happy Saturday, everyone. Whether you're jamming or not, hope you're having a great end of the week here. I'd work a little bit this morning, but I was like, I need to take afternoon off. I'm gonna be jamming. Gonna be jamming. Grave Tender. Yeah. Something like Grave Guardian or something. Gravescape Torment. I'm having fun. Grave Mistake, Lacutus. That's a great idea. Nice to have you in the chat, Lacutus of Borg. Big fan. Happy Friday. How's it going? Oh my lord, Eris Ezra. Raid alert, everyone. Raid alert. They're coming in. Happy Friday. Mr. McCoo, you perma switched to Ubuntu now. Best thing you've ever done. Oh, you're tired of Arch or whatever. How spooky. Yeah, we're doing a jam. We're doing a spooky jam. We're doing the solo development Halloween jam. It started about 2 hours ago. We've been ideating and pulling some assets. How is your stream? How's it going? Happy weekend. Happy Friday. Game jams are always super fun. What's the deadline? The deadline is technically Monday at noon for me. So it's in 2 days, 22 hours, 3 minutes, and 20 seconds. I gotta work Monday, so we're gonna try to wrap it up Sunday night. But yeah, this is great. This feels like great turnout. Shenanigans, you love Grave Mistake. Not that you likely have time for an opening animation in the jam, but the premise could be that he accidentally did something that caused the undead to start rising. So he's panicking, trying to keep them all sealed. Grave Mistake is not bad. It's not a bad name. It is a bit loaded, which is why I feel like you say there's got to be some kind of intro. But yeah, this jam is great. Solo developers only. Pre-made assets are allowed. So we did some kit bashing. We've picked out some 3D assets that we think would be nice and good. We picked out some kind of cemetery. We're thinking about using maybe like the K kit and the Kenny cemetery kits, wherever they are. This one comes with some little animated characters, which would be great. And we're thinking about making some kind of like reverse farming game where you have to like tend to these tombs, and if you don't, the undead will start rising and trying to escape the cemetery, and you have to stop them. Maybe there's ways to stop them, like maybe you can stop a ghost with like a lantern or something, or I don't know. Maybe we can come up with that. But I think it would be funny if it's more about attending the tomb. I think that would be much more interesting. Maybe you still have to bury them. So once you bury them, there's like a bunch of stuff you have to do regularly, or they come out, they rise up, and then another body will come to take its place. So it's like That could be fun. That's what we're thinking about doing. Like a reverse Graveyard Keeper style game. What a time crunch. Best of luck. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the raid. If you got to run, feel free. Go start your weekend. But thank you so much. Good luck to anyone else jamming this weekend. The theme is black and white. So we're going to have this old school, like, hammer horror kind of, like, aesthetic, which I think will be fun. All right, I'm going to add another header here or something. Lacutus, eject the warp core. Thanks. Yeah, we're normally... I think this is your first time in here, Lacutus. We're normally working on a Star Trek style isometric 2D space game, so we're very Star Trek'd up here. Like, very much so. So welcome in. It's good to have another Trek head here. You found your people? Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, we're very nerdy here. We're very Trek oriented. We're doing something different for this jam. I do all of my own pixel art normally for like our main project and stuff, and when we're doing game jams like the compo, other jams that require, you know, doing everything from scratch. Like our last game jam was one of those, was down to jam, and everything was from scratch. And I felt like I spent the whole jam just making the art, which was worth it because we did pretty good with the art. We got second. But we ended up not really getting to spend a lot of time on the game. So this jam, I'm very purposely like picking pre-made assets, and I want to spend a lot more time iterating on the gameplay and stuff. So that's gonna be kind of our goal. A reverse farming game. I think this is a good idea. So the idea is actually to keep the monsters from rising up. Really stringing us along with this music. Yeah, I'm trying to play spooky music today. We'll see how long that lasts. Because I'm getting a lot of ambience and very little music. Which is fine, but I think it's a little hard to listen to. So we'll see how long we stick with this. There's 12 hours of it, so we'll see. We'll see if we can get some better stuff. All right, yeah, what do we want to call this? Grave mistake. Let's say game names. Let's make a new... So we can get rid of the theme, maybe. We can make a new note. New note. Game names. So we've had some ideas of like Grave Protector. I don't want to put this one over here. I kind of want to open this one. Kind of want to have this in the other order. Sometimes I have a hard time. Oh, we can have 3 of these. That's neat. I don't really want 3 of them, though. So game names, we were thinking like maybe Grave Protector. Let's maybe make a bulleted list. What else has people said? The Gravest. That's funny. Grave Sealer. Grave mistake is pretty funny. I think it is hard to explain. I feel like I need the name to like move forward. I don't know why, but I have this weird thing where I feel like I need that. I'm like not sure what to do until I've done that. So this idea is really neat. I'm gonna look at some of my, well, no, I'm not gonna look at the assets. So bodies or coffins come in, you have to like bury them in the ground, and then you have to attend the graves. If you fail to attend the graves adequately, they like a monster or something rises up out of them. Yeah, this could be fun. This could be really fun. Grave clobbery. Grave butler. I'm gonna spell butler this way. Yeah, there's some fun stuff we could do. We're really hung up on the whole grave name of starting with the word grave, which I don't think is wrong. What about grave escape? That's kind of punny. Attend death. Yeah. That is maybe a bridge too far. Grave escape is pretty funny. I could do that. I could do that. I'm kind of into that. My only concern is that it's like it describes like at first glance it makes you think you're trying to do some kind of escape thing, but I think maybe grave escape might be the winner. I know I literally just thought of it 10 seconds ago. But I feel like that's how names are. Names like they either hit you and you're like, yeah, or they don't hit you and you're like, I should keep thinking. I'm tempted by that one. Because it also, I mean, obviously it's a pun with The Great Escape, which is a prison break movie, right? Like one of the all-time great prison break movies. I think that's fun. I mean, only boomers are going to be like, oh yeah, Great Escape. But I think Grave Escape is fun. It's not a democracy, but you like Grave Escape? Look, Ryan and Journey, it is a democracy when you agree with me. It becomes clear once you play what the game is about. Yeah. I don't think that part is a huge problem. Yeah, I think Grave Escape. I think that's a winner for now. Noted. Yeah. Yeah, as long as you're agreeing with me, we're definitely taking votes. All right. I'm going to make a new note called Grave Escape. We really do so little iterating when we do this. When we do these jams, we are so light on iteration, and I'm totally okay with it. I love this. I wish there was more music on this radio station because this is great. Let's keep upvoting the songs and downvoting the weird ambience. All right, yeah, I think it's going to be at Grave Escape. All right. This is a reverse farming game about keeping bodies in the ground. About attending graves to keep the bodies from rising up and escaping the cemetery. Reverse farming about attending graves. Keep dead from rising up. I like about attending. I don't know. I could probably come up with a better description than that. What do I have here? Game ideas. I want to be able to describe this a little better and more clearly. Reverse farming game about tending to graves in a cemetery to keep the residents at peace. Otherwise, they will rise up and escape. Yeah, I think this is fun. Too many monsters. Escape the cemetery. I here literally can't spell cemetery. You lose. I don't know what the win condition is. I guess it's just I guess I'm making a score chaser. I'm making like a cozy score chaser. I guess different graves will have different tasks. We'll have different needs performed. To keep their residents at peace. Different grave types. And in the ground. The shenanigans. Your health is the town's health. Every time a skeleton runs off screen, you lose a health. Yes, something like that. I don't know how explicit I want to be. I think people can connect the dots if it's like if a skeleton escapes the cemetery. That's like not good. Yeah, I think once they've gotten out of their tomb, that's like it. I don't think there should be a way of like fighting the monsters or like tricking them or anything. I don't think there's anything you can do once they've escaped. So there will probably be some kind of there'll probably be like a played up overcooked, like there'll probably be some kind of radial timer thing or a radial thing that goes away. Or I don't know. There will be some indicator to let you know. All right, let's look at what we have and see what kind of stuff we could do. What kind of fun stuff could we do here? So this is the basic one we have. So we've got holes in the ground. This one doesn't really have the dirt piles over the grave that like this one, that the other one, that the Kenny one has. So maybe we want to use both. Like this one has some nice dirt piles. we might be able to use. Maybe their tombstone like will wear down and they'll get unhappy. Like if their tomb breaks or falls over or something. That could be fun. Maybe they're at the altars here. Maybe there are like candles that go out that need to be replaced. And if you don't replace the candles, like ghosts show up or something. I don't know what you would do for vampires. We're going to have to look at our art assets soon and see how easy these are going to be to mash together. Kind of want to go back to itch for a second. Now that we like kind of know what we're doing. Is there anywhere else I should be looking for assets? Itch is just so easy because itch includes license information, which is like really good to have. Free. I like how there's spooky and spoopy. Lost marble. Time is over when the sun comes out. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. I don't know. I'm tempted to do like a play until like you can't keep up anymore. Do I want this one? There's another K kit. Spooktober seasonal pack. What's in here? This is also K kit, so it's probably very compatible with what we've already got. There's a cauldron, and there's maybe the buckets of candy. Maybe you bring the buckets of candy to like the zombies or something. This looks very different than the other one, than the other K kit Halloween. I don't know if I love it. Oh, this is the legacy one. This is old. Okay, that's why. This one doesn't have any candy. Maybe you need a certain amount. Maybe you need to allow for a certain amount of escapement. Otherwise, I feel like the cemetery could get full. Like, are you going to be responsible for like planting more skeletons in the ground, or is it just you start with what you start? I kind of like the idea of you having to like actually bury them first, but I don't think we have quite the assets to do that. Wonder if we want flowers or something for some of these. Candles are good. We might want these candles. I'm going to download this. See what's recommended. Strix Aluko, thank you for the Aluku. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Oh, that was my itch page, huh? I lost my itch page. Diginanigans, you think you're gonna head off? My chicken on off and on over the weekend? Thanks. Good luck. Yeah, thank you. Take it easy. Have a good weekend, Diginanigans. I think we'll do all right here. Let's look for 3D specifically. 3D. Not necessarily low poly. Man, there's so many of these. There's so much good stuff. Search for Halloween again. Just make sure I didn't miss anything that I might want to use. Pumpkin pack is cool. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we've got enough art assets. I guess I should do a Google search or something just to see if there's other places that we can look. Maybe there's another tag we can use too besides Halloween and spooky. Maybe we do like a look for like horror or something like that. I just want to make sure we're not leaving anything on the table that might be like really useful to us. Because we're definitely going to be constrained by like what we can represent, right? Let's look for a horror. We definitely want to make time, leave time for like music and sound effects and everything, but... All right, so we're searching for horror. There's a lot of horror results, 3D horror, so I think it was an issue that I didn't look at this particular search earlier. Although we are going for like a cutesier style. We don't necessarily want like a horror style game look. We're generally doing something a little cuter, I think. But there could be something incredibly useful here. We just want to make sure. But we do want it to like line up with the style of what we're already using. Yeah, I think it'd be cute if you have to deliver like candy to like zombies or something. Keep them happy. Maybe. We'll have to explain. You'll have to be able to recognize what kind of grave it is and like what you need to do. Maybe there's a period of discovery. Maybe we don't explain it like too much. It's a cute skeleton. I don't think it's the... Oh, that's great. There's a picture of it, like, holding its head. That's fun. I'm gonna do a quick search of Grave Escape, because I'm sure people have said this before. There's literally an itch game called Grave Escape. But I think that's okay. I don't think that's a problem. I think that's very low-hanging fruit in terms of name. In terms of names of things. I'm okay with it. Once I get to the bottom of this asset list, we're gonna do a quick exercise that I forgot to do earlier, which I should have done before I picked my theme. Or not theme, before I picked like the direction I was gonna go. Alright, we didn't find anything. That was weird. Oh, that's horrifying. This snail man. Oh my god. No, thank you. Okay, I don't think we missed anything. There's some cute free Blender assets here. Bats would be fun. Include bats. I think that would be a little trouble. A little bit of trouble here. Yeah, you know, let's not make it too complicated. Let's not go too crazy with the gameplay. I think we're actually in a really good spot. Like, we've got a strong indication of what you do, which is a reverse farming game. I think it's very clear what the loss condition is for that. It's less clear what the win condition is, but maybe lost marble is right and there's just a timer. And it's just like, can you survive? I would like some kind of mechanic where like you could take on greater challenge if you wanted. Like maybe if you buried more, maybe the more skeletons or the more bodies you bury, the harder it is. So like you could try to bury as many bodies as possible, and like the more you do, the more you have to tend to them and the more likely they are to escape. Or maybe we don't do that and the challenge kind of ramps up predictably over time. A bat would be fun. I don't know what I would do with a bat. We've got vampires, so maybe we don't worry about bats. I think I'm probably... Oh, this mushroom character is very cute. Is there more to load? It's loading. Yep, there's more. Okay, I think we're at the end. Yep, we're at the end. Any other tags we should be checking for? Maybe scary? No, that's not one. Hey, the Sapphire Starship. How's it going? Sorry you're late. Wish you could have been here earlier. How's the jam going so far? What's the theme and what's your idea so far? I will tell you. So the theme of the jam is black and white, which is fine by me because that's pretty good. That's pretty open-ended. We're probably just going to do a black and white filter. But we want to make a reverse farming game in a cemetery. We started by thinking of like a graveyard keeper style farming game, which is like a cozy Stardew Valley style game. And I wanted to do something kind of like that, but we need to keep the scope tight. And then who had the idea? Who had the idea to flip it? Then we decided to flip it and make it a reverse farming game where you're trying to keep things in the graveyard rather than the opposite. You're like trying to do the opposite. Yeah, lost marble. Incredible idea. Yeah, it's a neat little idea, like a little reverse farming game where we're going to call it Grave Escape, I think. And so it's a game about tending to graves in a cemetery, keep the residents at peace, otherwise they will rise up and escape. If too many monsters escape the cemetery, you lose. Different grave types will have different needs to keep their residents at peace and in the ground. I think this will be fun. Random Journey, you think it makes sense that when a body is buried, it's more restful, and so there's a longer time in between when you have to tend to it. And then it goes on longer, you have to tend to it more and more. Maybe. Yeah, so maybe you do have to bury the bodies. Maybe the cemetery starts like mostly empty and the bodies start coming in and you got to bury them. But then similarly, maybe it is like a plate up or something like that, where it's like the bodies come in, they arrive at the cemetery, And then if you don't attend to them in a certain amount of time, the skeleton will just get up and leave. So if you bury them, that resets their timer for a bit, and then maybe you gotta like, I don't know, you gotta cover them with dirt. You gotta like, I think flowers would be good, but like, I don't know how I'm gonna get low poly flowers. I could probably find some. But you probably need to like, maybe the cemetery, maybe the graves start to get overgrown or something. I don't know how I would do that. Maybe their tombstone is like, gets like worn down. You gotta repair that. We gotta come up with the actual tending mechanic a little bit. I'm just kind of looking at what we have access to. I want to get something that's like a string of garlic. I want to get something to like keep the vampires away for these mausoleums. I think the mausoleums will work a little differently. This will be fun. Dang good games. Thanks for the lurk. Love the stream. You've been here a few times. You're going to hang out and work. Work lurk. Appreciate that. Happy Friday. Definitely giving you Played Up vibes. Okay, good. I don't know how many people played Played Up, but I love that game. I played that with my partner a lot. Good call. Vampires hate garlic. It's true, Practical. It's true. They do. Now I need to find a garlic asset pack of some kind. I think we can do this. What are these bundles here? I don't really understand what that is. Maybe I'll use these tombstones because then I can use the broken versions of them. I don't quite know how to get to keep the pipeline going. I'm not quite sure how to do that. Like once a body's in the ground, that body is just in the ground. It's not like you can like bury another body on top of it. I mean, you could, but I don't think that's how it should work. But maybe it should. Maybe once they're fully at peace, you can like add a skeleton or something. I don't know. I don't quite know about that part. It would be neat if we had this extras bit. But this costs money, I think. Yeah, which we're not going to do. Well, maybe we can do it. I try to only use free stuff. The rules technically just say allowed if you have the legal right to use them. Which is different. That's not like allowed if everyone has access to the same thing. Or I don't know. I don't know why I just self-imposed that I thought they should be free. I guess that's not technically a limitation. As written. So maybe I should cast a slightly wider net. Consider some more stuff. Because like we could use the extended set of this, which is all this stuff. Although we don't really need this stuff. Like we don't really need haystacks or signage or anything. It would be kind of nice to have the cart. The cart could like come in. But yeah, I actually don't think I need any of this stuff. Having some candy bowls, this could be fun for the zombies. Like you have to refill the candy bowls or the zombies come out. You have to like collect candy from like around the graveyard or something. You collect candy for the zombies and you collect like candles for the ghosts or something. Maybe you have to feed all of the undead candy. Maybe like the skeletons need candy too. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe they need candy and maybe they need candles. Candy and candles. The candy and candle pipeline. Maybe there's other things that could slow them down like, I don't know about pumpkins. It'd be fun to incorporate pumpkins some kind of way. bats flying overhead and pooping on the graves. You have to clean it up. Yeah, something like that. Along a similar line, could there possibly be moss growing on gravestones that you have to clean off? I thought about that. That would be pretty neat. Again, we're a little limited by what assets we have, but there are like these forest packs that have this grass. So we could use this grass bit, and the grass could come up, and you could have to clean up the gravestones. Like if they get overgrown, they get unhappy. So we do have these little grass packs that we could use. That's also a K-kit piece. It's a good idea too. I have to be careful about managing this project folder. I'm going to run into the same problem as I did last time, where I have like so many assets in the project folder that I like can't build the project. What could I use from here? I could use the candles from here. Over time, they could decompose. The bodies could decompose and free up space for a new body. That's possible. We could do that. It doesn't have to be a long game, though. It could just be like a 5-minute game. Like, maybe it's fine that the graveyard eventually fills up, and you just have to, like, survive the night. Sapphire, maybe you're just keeping them in the ground until they can be freed from the grave and become a ghost. Then the grave is made available for another to be freed. I thought about that. Like, either the skeleton comes back up and walks out of the graveyard, or maybe the ghost comes up and just floats up into the sky. And when that happens, that grave's freed up again and can be used by the next body. That's not a bad idea. You have to construct crosses to put by the vampires to slow them down. I think that works. We have crosses. I would love a little thing of garlic. But we do have some crosses. I don't know why there's a thing of crosses here that looks like it has a pair of sunglasses on it. Oh, they're just nails. Okay, that was just a weird angle. Yeah, maybe the crosses fall over or something. This is definitely going to be a tile-based game, I think. I'm really hoping that the Kenny assets are not too much smaller than the K-Kit assets. Honestly, we could probably get away with just using this one. Well, this one doesn't have any candles. Kind of want to see what the animations look like for this one. This had a better store page on itch. Animations added in version 4. Completely remade. Whoa, completely remade like a week ago. Lucky us, huh? Sick. I wonder if this picture is still reflective of the current state of this set. Yeah, maybe that is it. Maybe you just have to like shepherd the skeleton until they leave as a spirit. I might struggle to explain that to the player. We need a cutaway system so you can see into the mausoleums. Look, the mausoleums have a roof that is removable. You can see it in this picture. At least for the Kenny one. I don't know about the K-Kit one. Doesn't look like there's a roof for the K-Kit one. I think I really like the floor tiles for the K-Kit one. So we don't really have that in the Kenny one. I mean, we're definitely using both. We're just gonna have to do some weird scaling stuff, probably. We got ad break in a minute. It's very funky music. Yeah, this song was fun. I'm really enjoying the actual music tracks on this radio. I'm less enjoying the like haunted house ambiance kind of stuff. I'm going to take a quick bio break when this ad starts. I might make some tea. I feel like I'm going to need to protect my voice this weekend. Yeah, I really want this candy set. But there is a candy set in... Oh, I thought I opened up something that was like a candy set. That was like... It was like an old legacy version. Did I close it? All right, well, we got to go find it again. .3D Halloween. This one. The Spooktober one has some candy stuff. This is older. It doesn't have the empty bin, just the full bin. I kind of think I want the extra bits from the Halloween pack. Which I actually don't mind spending money on this. You just threw a pot roast in the pressure cooker? Gonna be eating good tonight? Yeah, that sounds good. Use that dungeon pack remastered from K-Kitten and demo and had some good candles and torches and jugs. Yeah, it does. It does. I think I want this one. It would be fun for the farming imagery to just have some of these assets around. I don't think I really need any of this. The candy would be good, though. I think we're going to lean on candy as a thing for some of this stuff. Maybe the zombies aren't even actually in the ground. Maybe they like emerge from their mausoleum and they're like hungry. Or maybe the mausoleum just, you've got some like UI icons or something. Right, so if I take free off, what do we got? Nothing extra, really. Not much of this is paid. That's good. That's good. I don't really want to spend a lot of money on this. But $4 seems reasonable. I also feel bad. I'm pretty sure I used K-Kit's city stuff. What did we use? I'm pretty sure that's what we used for mini delivery was the K-Kit stuff. I kind of want to look at the rest of the K-Kit assets, honestly. I really like them. I should probably look at some more Kenny stuff too, just to make sure I'm not missing anything. We're in ads. I'm going to be back in just a minute. Quick break. Pay to win for the jam. Yeah, thanks, Rihanna. All right, we're back. We're back and we're spooky. Still spooky. I got the kettle on for some tea. Oh yeah, this is totally what we used for mini delivery. City builder bits. That's exactly what we used. Yeah, I don't mind sending a few bucks Cake Kit's way. I know that's not their name. I can't pronounce their full name. Do we want the dungeon pack? Some of the vials could be cool. You got jugs. That's nice. I don't think we need this stuff. Mimic chest. Various adventurers. Cute though. Yeah, I think we're doing okay. We're doing okay on these. Double check. That's very zoomed out. Yeah, I think I want to actually check out. I need to load these up in Engine and start to look at some of these to get an idea. Some food is good. These plates of food could be useful. I think it's funnier if we're feeding candy to the zombies than like real food. I think it's definitely funnier if we do that. So I think I'd prefer to do that. Yeah, I think we'll be good. I think we'll be good with this stuff. Probably we look at Kenny again real quick. Look at our Kenny options. What I need is garlic. That's the thing I need that we don't have. A tractor can pull up with a coffin, the wagon to unload the bodies from. I was thinking about something like that. Be a little weird for the tractor to be not piloted by anything, but it wouldn't be that weird, would it? Seeing all the 3D low poly assets is making you rethink a 2D game. Yeah, if you're making a small game, it could honestly be better to do otherwise. Like to do 3D. I think you can do some fun stuff with 3D for sure. Let's see, what do we got? Anything else in Kenny that would do any good for us? Fantasy Town kit? Nah. Retro Medieval? Nah. There's 13 pages of this. I already went through this last night. I'm not going to go through it all again. I guess we'll look at just 3D. Oh, that's why the graveyard kit was right at the top. They literally did just remake it. Pirate kit? Probably don't need that. Prototype kit. Food kit. Garlic? Tell me there's like a string of garlic on. No, there won't be. What do we got? Wow, this is a lot. Worst case, if I have to, I will go into I will with great difficulty go into Blender and try to make something that in a low poly sense looks like a string of garlic. I think it can be done. I think it could be done pretty easily with just a couple of like sphere-like shapes and like a string. Especially because it's going to be in black and white. Okay, yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good. Mini dungeon. It's just like another little guy. Oh, there are some ground tiles. Nah. Tractor driven by a ghost. Oh, that'd be really cute. Next to the coconut above the banana, was that garlic? Maybe it was. Let me check. If it was, you got better eyes than me. All right, let's find the coconut. Coconut. This kind of looks like garlic. It's very brown. It's also very large. Is that supposed to be like an onion maybe instead? I would work with it. I could work with this. Yeah, I think it could pass as well, maybe. That would be good. I would love to not model anything. I could just use some of these popsicle sticks. Like string them together. If context of vampire in the game, you think people will see it as garlic? I think I am tempted to agree. All right, well, let's get this too then. This is from Kenny. Nice. Thanks, Kenny. All right, good looking out. There isn't like a wine glass or anything. Oh, there is a wine glass, but... So we'll have all this food. I don't know about the... You know what I think would be funny? Wouldn't it be funny if the zombies are walking around and like if they run out of candy or something or whatever, they like leave. So maybe they mill around in the graveyard, kind of like maybe they're the equivalent of like you know, cattle or whatever. Maybe they're like, because in the skeletons in the ground are kind of like our crops for the farmer. Maybe the zombies are like the rancher thing. Maybe we can keep them in this kind of fenced area. Is there no gate? Oh yeah, right here. That could be fun. Maybe the vampires are in the mausoleum and you can kind of see them milling around in there. And if like the garlic wears off or something, they wander out of the mausoleum. Yeah, I think this is coming together. Oh yeah, we want this nature pack. Did I download this? I did not. I want this nature pack because I want these grass tufts. Because we're going to use that for like the tombs can become overgrown. You have to like clean them off or something. Grab that. And then, oh my lord, here we go again. Just Covino. Doesn't look like it's just Covino. It looks like Covino and about 20 of his friends here. Raid alert. Dropping the anvil on me. Oh man. Hey Covino, Samikins, That Gamer, CP Codex, Hypnotic, what's up? What's up, everyone? We're jamming. We're jamming this weekend. We're solo development Halloween jamming number 9. Just started about 3 hours ago. 72-hour jam. Submissions due in 2 days and 21 hours, 4 minutes. Hey, North Pole Light. What's up, everyone? Happy Friday, everybody. Hope you're having a great start to your weekend here. You've been wanting to do a jam soon? You can probably learn something from this. Yeah. I mean, I don't know about that, but yeah. I don't know about learning anything from me. Don't do as I do. Exciting. Yeah, it is. How was the stream? What have you been up to, Covino? Thanks for the follow, CP Codex, if I didn't mention that yet. Yeah, we're off to a great start, I think. The theme is black and white, which I think there's a number of interpretations. We're just going with the aesthetic interpretation. We're just going to do a black and white aesthetic. We're taking the opportunity to do something kind of 3D, I think. I think our idea at the moment, the best idea and only idea, is to do a game called Grave Escape, which would be a reverse farming game about tending to graves in a cemetery to keep the residents at peace. Otherwise, they rise up and escape. And if too many of the monsters escape, you lose. And there will be different kinds of monsters in the cemetery, I think. So I think you'll have like a zombie pen, and you have to feed the zombies or they leave. And their skeletons in their graves need to be tended to. Like maybe they need to have like weeds removed or something like that. And if you tend to them for long enough, a nice like a ghost will like their spirit will leave and they'll be at peace. And then you can bring in another skeleton or something like that, or another body, bury another body there. I don't know. 3D is the best. Yeah, I don't have a 3D workflow, so I don't do 3D games myself. My main game is this isometric 2D kind of Star Trek style game. I call it an FTL-like, or FTL faster than light. A lesson what not to do is a lesson. That's the best lesson. Yeah, it's been 3 hours, Codex. We're taking our time. We're taking our time. Covino, you're working on your goo grappling game? Nice, nice. Just added some enhancements or power-ups. How are the goo jiggle physics? All right, Sapphire. Mr. Magoo, you're very sorry. You find it funny that you've been away for an hour back on the Jam website. Yeah, no, I jump back to the Jam website anytime people come in. I want people to know what we're doing. I bounce back to this all the time. But yeah, it is funny. CP, you'll say Covino's grappling system is super clean. Your favorite part so far? Ooh, I gotta check it out. I gotta check it out. They're still to be desired right now. You're just prototyping it out for now? Okay. Haven't added the jiggle juice yet. That's fair. That's fair. All right. Well, we downloaded a bunch of art asset packs. I think we're good with what we've got. Did I download the food pack? I did. Kenny food pack. So we're using 2 Kenny packs and 2 K-Kit packs right now. I think we're going to use the Kenny Graveyard, which comes with some animated little characters like a farmer, skeleton, ghost, zombie, vampire. And I think those are going to be our, like, monster types. Oh, my lord. Mr. Magoo with the 2 months with Prime. Thank you so much. Look at that nice bronze. A nice bronzed up badge. Sub badge. Thank you so much, Mr. Magoo. And then I think we're also going to use the K-Kit. Because I like the K-Kit one too. You know, it'd be kind of cool if this is the stage. So it's like flat terrain normally. And then you can dig a hole and it becomes like this hole. And maybe we can use the Kenny version here because the Kenny version has like a dirt mound and like an empty dirt mound. So maybe when the coffin has been placed in and you've covered it over, it goes to this dirt mound state. And then maybe when the ghost escapes, it switches to this hollowed mode. or something like that. I don't know. We'll have to decide which of these two kits we use for things like the coffins, the holes in the ground. Candles will be good. We're going to need some kind of light source thing for the candles. Because these candles are all out. None of them look lit, which is a bit of a problem. But I think we can fix that with lighting tricks. Or maybe just like particles. I will probably fix that with particles. Yeah, okay. I think I'm just stalling now. Mr. Magoo, you're watching Dr. House out of context clips while building Moo OS. That's funny. Hugh Laurie is one of the greats. I definitely did watch House back in the day. I love Hugh Laurie for like a bit of Fry and Laurie. Obviously Blackadder. Hugh Laurie is so good in Blackadder. And yeah, a bit of Fry and Laurie. So great. Hugh Laurie's awesome. Marjorie. Nobody's gonna get that. Lurk, gotta grab dinner. No worries. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you for the raid. Again, welcome in, Raiders. Thanks for hanging out. The Borat guy. Oh, you like Sacha Baron Cohen? You're a fan. It's midnight. You're gonna go and slowly stow yourself away. Yeah, no worries. Thanks, Nix. Take it easy. All right, yeah, I guess we got to move on to the next phase of this here. I'm still not sold on what we're going to do with the ground. This is kind of the only ground I have so far. Maybe we can use some of the ground from the forest pack, which is not here. This music's pretty good. Okay, yeah, this has some ground pieces, but not the kind that we would want to use, I don't think. So yeah, I'm not 100% sure what we're going to do for the actual ground pieces. But it should be okay. It should be okay. We're definitely going to do something tiled. So we'll probably just use the K-kit tiling. Even if it doesn't totally match up with the Kenny, we'll probably make it work. I think we're going to do like a PS1 style down res again, like we did with the mini delivery. Just to make up for the very different resolutions of these two sets here. Oh yeah, I was gonna get the premium version of this so that we could get the candy bins. I think that's a good idea. I don't know whether I'm gonna make you have to collect the candy from around the map. I think I probably should. But yeah, maybe we do use the tractor with the cart to like hold the coffins or something. I don't know. I'm okay with the coffins just showing up though. But yeah, let me bring this over here and let's get the premium version of this. Let me not dox myself right now. We're gonna give him like an extra buck. Give him $4.95. All right. I'm gonna go here just to make sure I absolutely don't dox myself. We're gonna hang out here for a second while I buy this. Magoo, you have no idea how this works, how you're writing it, or even the C code you're writing. Somehow the OS can just work. That's pretty remarkable that that works. Okay, I think I purchased it, so let me log back in here. My account. Where do I see my purchases? My library, maybe? Here we go. I bought it. Can I download it? How do I do that? Download. Extra. All right, I got it. All right, so here's what I was supposed to talk about earlier that we were supposed to do that we didn't do. I'm going to close these art packs for now. We were supposed to go over the Aramis Game Jam tips. Let me go back to screen share. I was supposed to go over these because these are good things to follow along. These are generally the things we should keep in mind while we're doing this game jam. Hey, Void Blit, how's it going? We're jamming. We're jamming on the solo development Halloween Jam number 9. We've decided to make a reverse farming game where you try to keep things in the ground. Keep the dead underground. But yeah, we're supposed to... This is something I always like to look at because this is a good set. Which, it's just something to think about while we're working on this stuff, which is like, focus on doing one thing really well. Last jam for us, that was art. We spent all of our time on the art, and it worked out, and it was cool. But the rest of the game truly suffered. So the thing we want to focus on, I want to focus on this time, is having a really polished thing. Like last time with Bare Necessities, we didn't have any sound. We ran out of time to do sound. We had to do everything from scratch, admittedly. So I wanna focus on that this time. So aim for the game to be playable for 5 minutes. That's also what we want. This isn't written here, but I want something with a definite end. I don't want a game where you just play it until you're just sick of it and you just stop playing. Bare Necessities is like that. Bare Necessities is like you do everything and then you kind of just end the game because you're like, well, I did everything. You gotta, if you're jamming along with me here, make sure you take breaks, walk, meals, working out, getting plenty of sleep. That's important. Pick a really small idea, then cut that idea in half, then cut that in half. That's something that's gonna be important for us. So I think we have a few types of monsters we've got in mind. So we've got like skeletons, which are your crops. The skeletons are like what will come out of the ground if you don't like tend to the graves well. We've got zombies. I think I'm going to put them in a pen and you're going to need to feed them. They're going to need a regular supply of candy or they will leave. I think that's a little tenuous, but I think people will figure it out. And then I think we're gonna have vampires who are like in mausoleums, and they'll be in the mausoleum so long as you keep like garlic on their door, I guess, like adding strings of garlic to their door, maybe something like that. And I think that'll be it. And then ghosts. And at first I thought ghosts maybe are something that like maybe they come out of altars and stuff. If like the candles go out, like ghosts come out or something like that. I'm not sold on that. I think another idea which was really good was that like the ghost will kind of make a game you live. Voidblit. Voidblit, you're watching DS9 for the first time? You just watched the first 2 episodes of Season 3. It's crazy. Oh, just you wait. It's gonna get crazier. Just wait for Season 4. I think I'm thinking of Season 4. Just wait. Yeah, that's a great show. Excellent show. Deliver blood packs for the vampires. Yeah, I don't think we have the art assets for that, but yeah, that would also work. Get the game loop working as early as possible. I really want to focus on that. I don't want to leave that till the end, you know? I want to focus on the implementation as quickly as possible and then work on polish. Obviously, that's the correct order of things, but I do want to make sure we leave time for polish. So, like, I want this game ostensibly to be done tomorrow, Saturday, so that Sunday can be just polish. Like I don't think we're going to get anything truly done today because we're already 3 hours into probably like an 7-8 hour stream. And we've just decided on like the art we're going to use. And by decided, I mean we pulled all the art packs we're going to use. So at least we've got that going. So we don't have to make anything. But we do need to get it all open in the project and evaluate it and make sure we're scaling it correctly and do that and start getting something working together. Yeah. We got to make sure it runs in the web, which I haven't been able to do for a 3D game before. It needs to be playable in the web. Mini Delivery was not playable in the web, and that was horrible. That was a horrible problem. So this has to be playable in the web, which severely limits the kind of lighting stuff we can do. It also makes the audio kind of not good. The audio is going to be there's going to be a lot of hangs the first time assets get loaded. I don't think there's a way around that, really. So we'll just need to be kind of minimal with the audio, which I think is okay. We're going to be more trying to set ambiance than we're doing anything else, so I think that'll be all right. Sapphire, you think you got to lay down for a bit? You've had a long day. You had to take some Benadryl. Yeah, no worries. Zone out. Have a great weekend. If I see you again this weekend, that'll be great. I hope to have something to show. Oh, I'm boiling water. Let me go deal with that. That's probably boiled off into nothing by now, but let me go see if it's salvageable. I'll be right back. Thanks for hanging out today. Happy Friday, y'all. All right. All right, seriously, don't let me forget. I got some tea going. I'm making some chai. That feels very seasonal. That feels very good. That feels very appropriate. Also, have you seen my sweatshirt? The Pottsfield Harvest Festival. Don your vegetables. I love Over the Garden Wall. I watch it every Halloween. I might watch Werewolf by Night tonight. I've been thinking about it. Mr. McCoo, who in chat is superior and uses Linux. All right. All right, add sound to the game. All right, don't make the game too hard. Yeah, that's an important thing we got to think about. All right. I did the thing. I always like to look at this game jam tip thing just to remind myself of good habits. We are using Mac's Godot gameplay template. Not gameplay, Godot game template. I gotta say this correctly. It's a template that just comes with like main menu, options menus, like various menu stuff to hopefully save me from having to do a ton of UI stuff. Oh, I didn't need to actually go into here. It's like key remappings, audio, video settings, because setting these up takes so long each jam. And I've been meaning to make my own template, but Mac is coming out with a premium version of this template. This template's great. Mac has done, I think, 30 game jams, most of them Godot Wild jams. They have a lot of experience, and so they've made this great template. Called Godot game template. I think it's available in the asset library, but yeah, highly recommend giving this a try. They're working on a premium version of it, so I'm trying to give them some feedback. It's gonna be great. I'm curious about how this is gonna work with target resolutions. I guess that's fine. Yeah, I'm interested to try this. It means there's gonna be a bit of a learning curve in terms of setting up the scene manager. So there's going to be a bit of me trying to fumble over this stuff. There are some examples which will be good and it will help us on how to set this up. It can be used for a new or an existing project, so that'll be fun to try. I've got that set up ostensibly. Your GitHub is a mess. I'm not surprised. I don't use GitHub very much. I mean, obviously I track my projects on there, but my use case is very simple. All right, I guess we open Godot. I guess there's nothing else to do but open Godot. So this was called Solo Dev Halloween Jam. I should probably rename this. Rename. Grave Escape. I want to move the project path too, but that's fine. I could probably leave it as Solo Dev Halloween Jam, I guess. Grave Escape. We'll need an icon. We can worry about that later. Use Azure DevOps at work. Sad face. I'm sorry, VoidBlit. All right, so here's the opening scene. This is the default scene. I don't love that this project always... Well, hold on a second. What does this want to do? Don't save. I opened this with a different version of Godot just right now. Oh my god, are you gonna let me close this? Let me make sure I'm using the right version of Godot. Wow, this music is creepy. Alright, what if I opened this version? Will it still complain to me and try to save? And you heard time to open Godot from the other room. You had to come see. There's really not much going on in here. Okay. So this project wants to save itself. I don't know what it did. It's also very unresponsive. Okay, maybe it's not. Maybe that's just the scene loader thing. So this is the opening scene. What happens if we just hit play? Okay, so we got a nice little Godot loading screen. Grave Escape, subtitle. Oh, it transitions us. Let's look at the remote tree. So it loads the main menu scene. What if I hit new game? What happens? Tutorial. Click the win button to progress. Click the lose button to try again. Okay. This is, I think, the example. Just the example scene. This is game UI. Okay, so the scene loader is pretty fancy here. Lose. You lost. Restart. Win. Level complete. Continue. Progress is saved. Pressing continue from the main menu will load the last level played. Oh, this is wild. Can I make this bigger? Thank you. Oh, the UI doesn't scale in this mode here. That's a problem. I want to use this stuff because I want to be able to give feedback on it. Is what I want to do. Can I run this in its own window so I can mess with the... I guess that's a project setting. Looking good. Hey, Enochian. Yeah, we're doing a game jam. We're doing the Halloween jam. We're looking all right. No stand-up, sit-downs turned off. It is turned off right now. Let me go get my tea. I'll hydrate as requested, and then I'm gonna go grab my tea. I'll be right back in 1 second. All right, I've returned with tea and some tea snacks. All right. So yeah, I got to learn a little bit about how the scene manager works here. I think we'll be able to have like controller support and all sorts of fun stuff here. It's weird starting with a project structure that's not mine, you know? Kind of weird. So here are the example scenes. So I just want to understand the flow here, because there's a couple things that don't make sense to us. Like, I don't think we're going to have levels. So I want to make sure I'm able to, like, change that sort of deal. So this must be managed by some kind of global. Yeah, scene loader global. So I kind of want to learn about the scene loader global. There's a state, there's a game state class. Yeah, so there's this whole progression, this level-based progression thing. I think we're not going to use. This does save, or it's got some kind of... Yeah, it saves your meta state of the game. This is fascinating. So what I want to see this scene loader. Where is this auto load? Game UI.scene. I think this was the scene I was looking at. Oh, there's some tool script scenes. There's some tool scripts running right now. Fascinating. All right. So if I just go here and I double click you, oops, and I double click you, scene loader. Okay, here's the scene loader, the auto load class for loading scenes with an optional loading screen. So how do I configure this? Okay, it looks like this is managed elsewhere. Probably should have read the documentation on this before I started. But I think we're okay. What I should do in resources, or maybe in assets, I should add some folders for our assets. Oh man, this music is intense. I'm gonna make a Kenny folder and a K-Kit folder maybe. Or maybe I'll just have different folders for each of these. So let me see what's the list of things we've got here going on. We've got the Kenny Graveyard Kit. Maybe I don't make the... Maybe I just open this. Maybe I start extracting things and just throwing them in here. Okay, no, this doesn't come with a folder, really. So I want to take this. I want to throw this into our assets pack. This is how I get in trouble, but I think at the end when we start exporting, I'm going to start deleting assets we don't use. Actually, I probably should have put this in the add-ons folder, huh? This was probably a mistake. I feel like that's what I've done in the past, is I put asset packs in the add-ons, and then when I actually use them, I put them in the assets. The problem with doing it that way, though, is I can lose the connection to the underlying asset. Yeah, I gotta undo this. This was a mistake. Let's undo that. Oh, I just undid adding an auto load. Let's redo that. Let's delete this. Sorry. Sorry, Godot. I know you just did a bunch of work. Let's add these to here, and then I can at least bring in... That way I can probably do something to limit the amount of resources the WASM needs. Combat music? Yeah, it really is, huh? This tea is nice. Nice chai. Feels like fall. I have these cookies next to me. I'm gonna try to be good and not eat too many of them. Maybe I'll let myself have 2 of them. Hey, Arneo. How are you doing? I think it's pretty late in your neck of the woods. How are you doing with your sleep schedule? I know you were struggling with that before. All right, Kenny Graveyard Kit has been added. Let's add the K-Kit Halloween bits. We'll add this to our add-ons folder. There's a bunch of ambient lights that seem to be giving us some problems. That's okay. I see some of these files are FBX and some of these are GLTF, so that's fun. Maybe there's options. Or early, depending on how you look at it. I guess that's true. I guess that's true. Are you a wizard? Do you only arrive precisely when you mean to? Yeah, we're making a game. We're making a game. Okay, this music's intense. We're making a game for the solo development Halloween Jam number 9. We've decided to make like a reverse farming game that we're calling Grave Escape. The theme is black and white, which is kind of not determinate of anything, except that we're gonna need to do like a black and white filter. We're gonna take a hit in terms of theme interpretation, I think, but hopefully we get good points for creativity because we want to make a reverse farming game about tending to graves in a cemetery to keep the residents at peace. Otherwise, they rise up and escape, and if too many monsters escape the cemetery, you lose. I think we're gonna have different, maybe not grave types, different monster types, right? Maybe to keep them. Needs to tend to keep them at peace and in the ground. In the cemetery. Oh my lord, is this another raid? Dang good games. Oh, hey, you were here earlier. How's it going? You like the game black and white, Void Blit? Yeah, I did too. That's why I wrote it here in the theme interpretations page. Making a black and white game I could have easily gotten nerd sniped into doing that. But thankfully we found another idea that I think is less crazy. How's it, dang good? Hopefully it's been dang good for you today. I'm hoping. Good, stream was great. Thought you switched from lurk. Thought you'd switch from lurk to raid. Appreciate that. Theme should save time on the art at least. Yeah, we've already pulled all the art assets we need, I think. I'm loading them into the project folder now. I'm trying to wrap my head around the template we're using. We're using a friend's template setup that they've developed over the course of 30 plus game jams. It's like a menu template system. And I'm trying to get my head around it because it's a little different than what I'm used to. I probably need read some instructions on how to use. But yeah, it's pretty cool. It's used by Spud Customs, which is made by a friend of the channel as well. It's cool. I gotta read some of this documentation for sure. Game scene setup, main menu setup. We'll read some of this stuff when we actually go to make the game scene here. Because I think we're gonna just do a single level. I don't think we're gonna do multiple levels. I guess we could do multiple levels. I don't know. Like, maybe that's how we control the difficulty. Because we had that problem of, like... Maybe we do have multiple levels. Because we had this problem of, like, how do you keep creatures in the ground? Or how do you add more creatures to the ground? Like, how do you fill in the graves after they're full? Like, how do you keep it going? And I guess we had an idea of, like, maybe a ghost comes out after their timer runs out and they're, like, happy or something like that after enough time, and you can plant another body in there. But maybe the better thing to do is to just have multiple levels. And so, like, you introduce different monster types and you, like, just up the difficulty that way. Maybe we should make lemonade out of the lemons that we have here, which is a multi-level select with like save progression or something. Dang good. You originally got here searching FTL. How goes the jam? The jam is going good so far. Yeah, normally we're making an FTL-like, an isometric 2D FTL-like style game. That's normally what we're doing, but we're taking a break. Do a game jam. Do a nice game jam here. Level progression that introduces the different enemy, or introduces the various monster types and increases general difficulty. Use level progression to introduce the various. I would love to also work on my onboarding skills, because it's like, do one thing right, do one thing well, quote unquote, do one thing well in a game jam. I think the thing that we want to do well is polish, really. I think polish is the thing I'm interested in, but I think I'm also interested in increasing my ability in teaching people how to play my games, because I'm usually notoriously bad at doing that. You wish you could just not sleep ever, Void Blit? It's 0:30. That's pretty early. If you never had to sleep, it would be like having a third more life for free. That's true. I do like sleeping, though. It's like kind of nice to be asleep. I enjoy it. I don't know. All right, I'm going to eat my first cookie here. Either don't sleep ever or always sleep. Both would be good. Yeah, true, I guess. I do like to just sleep. We're going to try to keep up the sleep this weekend. I'm going to try to not do any crazy, like, all-nighters or anything. I always say that, and I'm always wrong, but I'm going to try. All right, so we've got K-Kit Halloween Bits 1.0. Free, we've got Kenny Graveyard Kit 5.0. We've got some more packs. We've got some more assets to load in here. We got to load in the Kenny Food Kit. There's 1,000 items in the Kenny Food Kit. Yeah, I'm gonna have the same problem that I always have. Trying to do the web build for this. I'll load this into the add-ons. I know there's a trick to, like, only include the stuff you need in the Wasm, and I can do that. I just gotta remember. Okay, that's definitely an onion and not garlic, but maybe we just change the color. Actually, I guess black and white, you won't be able to tell that it's brown, huh? Spooky music. Have you played Ghost Matter? I have not played Ghost Matter. Although I have been encountering a lot of Ghost Matter lately. I've been playing, I've been making another attempt to play Outer Wilds. And I love that game a lot. I just didn't make it through it the first time I played it. Oh, Ghost Master. No, I haven't played Ghost Master either. So clearly I've got Ghost Matter on the mind. Ghost Master. Oh, this looks fun. Grim Specters, Howling Banshees, and Sly Gremlins are yours to command as you unleash ghastly spirits on the town of Gravenville and scare the wits out of its citizens. That's fun. It's like a poltergeist situation. Like Sims style. It's very silly looking. Who are you gonna call? All right, I think that finished extracting, or not extracting, importing. So let's go on to the next one here.
Maximum warp.
Okay, Kit Forest Pack 1.0, free. I should keep a list of the assets we're using. I mean, I'll have them in the game, but I need to make sure I build a credits page that includes all that information. Okay, Kit Forest Pack. Let's get that in here. Warped into an ad. Sorry, no Joel. Yeah, we got ads. We got ads coming right now, so we're just going to hang out for a second while the ads finish. I want to find like a Halloween background that we can use with our gate, with our creepy gate. I want some kind of cemetery background. I don't want it to be too creepy. I want it to be clear that, like, this is a cozy game. But I kind of want some kind of cemetery. Maybe there's a cemetery tag. I don't think there would be, but... no. Background for what? We're doing the solo development Halloween Jam number 9. We're doing that this weekend. Didn't you notice with all the spookiness? We're going to make a game. We're going to make a reverse farming game about tending to a cemetery. So maybe it seems like we're making kind of a plate up style reverse farming game where you have like different monsters will have different needs and you have to tend to their graves or they'll get unrestful and they will leave the cemetery and cause problems. So your goal is to just keep all the residents of the cemetery happy. Cozy horror farming game. Yeah, reverse farming game. Arneo, are we gonna like plant bodies in the ground? Are there like different types of plants based on how they died or something? I don't think so. I was thinking about that, but the problem is you can only plant a body once. So actually maybe that's okay. I usually do single screen jam games, but we're using this template that includes a level progression system. So I actually think for an onboarding purpose and also to handle the planting the bodies, so we're not trying to do this endless runner thing. Not endless runner. But you know what I mean, endless score chaser. You actually have a level progression to get through. Maybe each level takes like a couple minutes to play or something like that. We've got 3 types of enemies, so maybe we do 3 or 4 different levels. Like introduce 1 enemy type each level. Like just do skeletons for the first level so you can learn how to tend the graves. And then maybe we do zombies. Maybe you have like a zombie pen, a zombie pen in the second level that you have to tend. And then at the third, maybe you have the vampire mausoleums. Or ghost altars. Ghost altars with candles. So maybe we do 4 or 5 levels or something like that. Not making a score chaser is brave. Yeah, score chaser is easy. We're kind of doing more of a cozy game. Cozy. We're doing something a little closer to that, I think, than my typical. Reverse farming means no planting. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. I don't know. I'm not sure how we would do the planting. Like maybe the you know what happened is what'll happen is probably the bodies will already be there. Like maybe the bodies will be in coffins and they'll be in the ground and one of the first steps you need to take is to bury them. Maybe that's it for the first step. All right, let me go back to loading these assets in here. I'm importing a lot of assets. So we got the forest nature pack. We want the Halloween bits extra. Extract this. Get that in there. Maybe create runes or engrave them in gravestones to calm them down. Yeah, we're not. I think what we're gonna have to do is the graves will get will overgrow. Like grass will come up, like weeds will come up over the tombstones, or maybe the tombstones will fall over or something. It'll become ruined, and so you need to tend the graves, or the skeleton will come back up and out, something like that. We've got a lot of assets picked out. I think we're pretty good on assets. I think we'll be pretty happy with what we got. $3D game. Yeah, the assets are 3D. I'm taking the opportunity, the fact that we're using some Kenny and K-Kit assets to do something in 3D. Gameplay wise, it's going to be 2D. It's going to be flat, but yeah. I think this will be fun. We've spent a lot of time. We're basically 4 hours into the jam. We're basically halfway through our first stream. And we've settled on a game. I feel pretty confident about it. I usually have no idea what I'm doing until I only have, and then I have one idea what I'm doing, and I don't really explore lots of different ideas. I kind of pigeonhole onto one thing. So we'll have first level introduces the skeleton monster. Second level maybe introduces the ghost monster. What would be easier, ghosts or zombies? Maybe ghosts. Third level introduces the zombie monster. Fourth level introduces the vampire monster. Fifth level puts it all together. A final challenge. I think this could be good. I might actually tutorialize something for once. I never do that. That'd be crazy if I actually onboard people into a game for once. I feel okay about the doability of this, the feasibility of doing this. I usually don't feel okay about this sort of thing, if I'm being honest, but I think this idea is pretty feasible for me. I feel pretty good about this. Void Blit, Grave Escape sounds like it's an escape room, but you escape a grave. Yeah. I think it's funny because it's a riff off of Great Escape, which is like a prison break film. Very famous prison. That's my boomer joke. So it's like Great Escape, but with graves. I don't know. I couldn't think of a better name. I heard we had a couple contenders for names, but we didn't have any serious contenders, I don't think. And this one kind of struck me as appropriate. It's a little awkward in that you're the warden in this situation, but I think that's fine. I think that's funny. And yeah, the way the level progression tracker thing works, I think it will remember what level you're at. Char Mystic, thank you for the hydrate. Good looking out. I am consuming a little much caffeine. I'm kind of excited. I'm pretty excited about this idea. Hope everyone's having a great Friday. Whether you're jamming or not, and you're just ready for the weekend. Reload this and see how many people joined. 392 joined. Already 2 entries submitted. Love to see it. You love to see it. I thought we'd get the stats. I thought we'd get the hot stats here. I was looking on something. The thing I wanted to look at was how we're going to be judged. Creativity, gameplay, theme interpretation, and polish. So theme interpretation, we're not really making an effort on, except we're going to make the game in black and white. Theme is black and white, correct? No, Jewel. Sorry, I kind of gloss over that because it seems totally unrelated to what we're doing. It's just like an aesthetic. I consider this theme to be a blank check to pretty much do whatever I want. But it does mean I might get punished on this judging criteria because people might be like, the game is incidentally black and white. For some people, that's a 5 out of 5. As long as you don't violate the rule of the theme, you just get an automatic 5. And then for other people, they're like, you didn't really play with the theme idea. Like, you just made a game and made it black and white. So I could get anywhere from like a 1 to a 5 on this. So I'm not going to think about this one very much. I like our psycho music we're getting, our weird carnival music. So I'm hoping we can make up for it in creativity, gameplay, and polish. And we'll just hope that this doesn't impact us too much. I get a little competitive. Excuse me. I'm just saying I get a little competitive. So yeah, I was looking for a background that I could use. Because I have this gate, and I kind of want the menu to be the gate opens. So I kind of just need some kind of cemetery background. Probably like this. I feel like we can pick one of these and make it work. Maybe this one. 56 high quality backgrounds. What does VN mean? Visual novels, I see. Oh, gross. These are AI generated. No. Really? They're pretty good. Oh, I see some stuff in the background that's pretty questionable. Well, and actually here, it looks like there's like tombstones growing out of each other. Dang it. Glad I read the fine print, huh? Because while you are allowed to use pre-made assets, allowed if you have the legal rights to use them, no AI generated assets. I'm gonna respect this. All right, let's find something else. That's unfortunate because those were perfect. Maybe they weren't perfect because they weren't like cute. We are trying to be a little cozy. Liminal games. Okay, we can't use this liminal games creator. They have multiple. They have a few of these. Cartoon backgrounds. Maybe this is more appropriate for us. Oh man, a lot of these are probably liminal games. All right, what if we change the search to be like spooky instead of Halloween? Or maybe horror? Yeah, we might struggle a little with this, but I think we can figure something out. 900 horror survival background images. I could probably find one of those that work. I'm very upset about this. Graveyard background pack. This might be it. This might be it. We might be able to make this work. Oh my god, this package is creating using AI. Why? Why make this and like give it away for free if you just made it with AI? They're just trying to like bait donations or something. This was also made back in 2023. Like we barely started using AI for this sort of stuff already. Man, okay. I might have to find a different approach. Free horror backgrounds. I mean, these are cuter, but they're not really what we want. These are maybe a little too weird. I don't know. I don't know. Let's worry about that later. I'm depressed by that. I'll figure that out later. Let's go back to adding the assets. Internet's dead. It's all AI. Yeah. Yeah. All right, we got the Halloween bits extra. I'll wait to add the gate, the spooky gate that I want to use. I might need to think of something else for the main menu. Sad. All right, so we've got all these assets. So we've got FBX format, GLB format, object format. We've got a lot of options. I don't remember what the preferred format is. I think it's GLB. But I know I've had problems with things that aren't FBX before. Like I've had to go in and use different stuff. So let's see what we got. Let's see what we got going. Let's look at the characters. I'm really interested in the characters. So the keeper. So here's our little cute little keeper. He's got animations. This is our little guy. We're in compatibility mode, right? Yeah, okay, good. He's got some animations. What? What is going on here? Die. What's happened to his legs? I think something has gone horribly wrong. All right. What was this? The GLB? Yeah, again, I feel like I have problems with GLB versions of this stuff. Let's look at the FBX. I bet this one works. Yeah. Yeah, weird. I might just delete the GLBs later. I'm glad we've got all of these. Okay, we've got holding animations. We've got lots of animations. So if I need him to like carry something, it looks like we can very much do it. You can have one-handed, two-handed, idle. What's your idle animation look like? Why are you sitting down? Tell me you have a good... So you got a walk animation. That's really all... Oh, the walk animation's super cute. This will be fun. So this is like probably the main... like your character. We got a pickup animation. That's great. Do we have a drop animation or like a put down? Lieutenant Dan, you ain't got no legs. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Sprint. Oh, we have a sprint animation. Okay. Static. Oh, that's just T-posing. There's no idle. The idle is like... Oh, the idle is fine. I guess if I go from a sitting animation and then go to the idle, it doesn't change the legs because the idle doesn't affect the legs. It's kind of weird. I have to go back to something that's fine. I don't think we're going to have this person sitting ever. Unless we let you, like, sit on a bench or something. He's got a death animation, which would be pretty good. You probably can... He'll probably get killed if he tries to interfere with any of the monsters. You probably just die. Yeah, there seem to be some weird interactions. Like, the animations don't necessarily fully reset everything. Kind of silly. Very weird. I assume the other characters have the same deal. So here's our little cute little skeleton. I love this little skeleton. You could cartoonize an actual picture of a graveyard or something. I might need to do something like that, Arneo. Just to keep it consistent. Or I just build a little scene myself. And we just have a scene that's like a menu scene. It's good to know later if the character bugs out. You know it's from the animation player. Yeah. Turn into a monster and continue. That'd be fun. So yeah, we've got... The monsters are really... Everyone's really only ever going to need to, like, walk. And maybe pick stuff up. Like, I could see the zombies picking up candy. Although they move their arms like this, which is not useful, so I might not do that one. Got some attacks. Cut kick animation? Okay. I think we'll just alternate between the attack animations when we need them. And I think if the player gets hit by a monster, they're like dead. I think you should, if a monster gets loose, I think you just need to get out of the way. I don't think there's anything you as a player are going to be able to do about it. Interact left. Okay, we got an interact. That should be good for, like, picking up candy and stuff. Or doing things. We're looking good. We're looking good for art. I'm very pleased. Let's look at our vampire. Oh, so cute. I'm very happy with this art. The zombie. I like his two little teeth. I guess I'll have to start building out these scenes eventually. What I want to understand is a little more about the scene loader. Like where I guess that's what I need to do is I need to read some documents. So we've got our art. We've got like our crypts and stuff. Got a big crypt with a roof, sans roof, so we can have like a zone. We can have like a trigger. So if you like mouse over the mausoleum, it like lifts the ceiling off and you can look inside and stuff. You can see the vampire in there. So maybe we have like a day-night cycle direction light or something. And that's just your timer. You just have to survive a night. And so if there are 5 levels, you just survive 5 nights. A work week. You have to survive 1 work week. You're on a work exchange program. You're a temp. You're a temp at this graveyard. It's a fire basket. Oh, it's like literally a brazier. Okay. Grave border. Okay, I like this. I like this. These all seem fairly high res in terms of... Oh, no, these are all right. These are low poly. They just look good. They look good. These all look really good. This is the lower res stuff, too. I think Cake Hit stuff is much higher res than this. That's the Kenny graveyard kit. Wasn't there? Oh yeah, we're also using the Kenny food kit. Let's look at the what I think is an onion, but what we're gonna use is like a garlic. We'll have you string garlic down, and maybe the string goes like it like goes up, like the garlic disappears, and you gotta keep adding more pieces of garlic, or the vampire gets out. That's probably what we're gonna do. No garlic. Is there an onion though? Onion. Yeah, I think black and white scaled down. This will be a fine piece of garlic. Or yeah, I don't think anyone will notice. There's half an onion though. Maybe it goes away by half. I don't know. That doesn't totally make sense. It'd be like they eat the garlic. Maybe the zombies eat the garlic. I don't know. It's fine. We have a lot of food. We have a lot of food options here. I don't really want the zombies to eat the food, though. I want the zombies to eat the candy. Okay, there's also GLTF, which is good. I don't know if I want to prefer GLTF or FBX. I think generally GLTF is preferable. But we're going to be using FBX for the characters, so we could just use it for everything. I'm very unclear about 3D art assets, pipelines, you know. These look good. I think I'm going to use the K-Kit environment stuff, like the K-Kit stonework stuff. I think that's really good. A bench is a bench. There's some bones. Yeah, this is all pretty high res for what we need. The candles will be good. So we've got a candle. We've also got a melted candle, so maybe the candle can wear down. Candle thin, candle triple. Maybe they just burn out and you have to relight them. Maybe they don't run out. Maybe they just need to be attended to. Maybe you just need to light the candle, which will just be some particle effect I need to make. Or find. I'm going to try to avoid making things. But particle effect is kind of tricky. I think I would need to find that in the asset library or something. Oh, which doesn't really exist, huh? You like that idea? Just relighting the candle? Yeah, I think that will be for the ghosts. I think the candles keep the ghosts away or something like that. I don't know. So I think it's going to be... You have to attend the gravestone, like the tombstone, is going to get overgrown for the skeleton. And if it gets too overgrown, they're going to try to dig their way out or something like that. Maybe you can try to rebury them. I don't know. So yeah, attend the tombstone for the skeleton. Attend the candles for the ghost. Feed the zombies, which I think is going to be buckets of Halloween candy. And then use garlic to keep the vampires in the mausoleum. I think that's as complicated as it needs to be. Oh yeah, the crypts here don't have roofs, huh? I think I will use the crypt from Kenny. I don't think I will use this crypt. Maybe I'll use this crypt in like the main menu or something. I think I'm going to use the Kenny crypt. I do like the fences from the K-Kit. K-Kit? I keep saying K-Crit. Floor. I need to use these floor tiles because I don't have any other floor tiles. And I think it'll make it obvious that it's a tile-based game when I do this. Tiles are a little big, but I think it'll be okay. Some grave markers. I think there's going to be a lot of level design, especially if I'm making 5 levels. I guess I could... I want to increase like the number of... In addition to increasing the variety of monsters, I think each level should also increase the number of things you're dealing with. I think that could be really fun. I'm interested in making a game, like a multi-scene game. I only ever do one scene. I'm a one-scene game kind of guy. Like, think about it, like A Following Wind, Mini Delivery, Bare Necessities. They're all single scene games. I'm interested in trying to branch out a little bit. Halloween Bits texture, lantern. Lantern looks good. The lighting is going to be pretty critical here. Maybe the lanterns work too. I don't know. Ooh, we got path. All right, we've got these path things. That'll be fun. Yeah, that'll be fun. Pumpkins will be fun too, but I don't think there's really anything I can do with the pumpkins. I think they're just going to be set dressing. I don't think the zombies eat pumpkins. I mean, that could be funny, but I think the zombies eating candy would be funnier. CP Codex, Embergen is good for fire, but if you're going cartoon, you can search simple fire particle effect for Godot, and it'll give you the values. Embergen does smoke and explosions too. Nice, nice. Yeah, I think I want something really simple because it's going to be very small. And we'll probably have a few of them. I've done my own Godot particle effects. It's annoying. And when I'm doing the web, it's like, do I want a CPU particle effect? Do I want a GPU particle effect? I don't know. What's better? I don't know. It's a shrine? That's not much of a shrine. Ooh, the trees are going to look good. Yeah. That's fine. I'm ready for this to be a lot of level design. That's kind of like how Grave A destroyed. Ooh. The tombs look really great for this. It also shows a skeleton on it, which is pretty nice. But yeah, Mini Delivery was very much a lot of level design as well. Coffin decorated. Ooh, I like this coffin. I think this coffin we're going to use a lot. The skeleton coffin. I think you'll start... Maybe you start with this in a hole, and you have to, like, cover it. You have to, like, seal the coffin and then bury it. And then tend the gravestone. You're the same way. It's complex. Yeah, the particle effect thing is totally is pretty complex. Okay, this looks good. What else do we got? The K-Kit Halloween Bits Extra. Yeah, this is where we're going to get our... There's some arches, I guess? Really? What else is in the... Oh, does this include all the regular stuff and the extra stuff? Oh, it maybe does. Looks like it does. I probably didn't need to add this twice. Oh, this is for like a maze. Oh, it's a corn maze. I see. I was wondering what this was. Okay, yeah, this has all of the assets in the free one plus the extras, it looks like. But yeah, well, I want to use this candy. I want to use the candy buckets. Yeah, these candy buckets. So, like, the candy bucket will be full of candy, and the zombies will eat the candy bucket. It will be empty out, and then you got to refill the bucket with more candy. The question is whether you need to get the candy from somewhere, or you just need to go there and deposit the candy. Probably the latter. Because it's not like candy's going to appear anywhere. It'd be funny if kids showed up, got scared, and dropped their candy and ran away, but that's a bridge too far for sure. I'm gonna finish this tea. Candy grow in the candy tree? I guess it does, doesn't it? All right. So I think I'm satisfied that we're ready to go from that standpoint. Oh, let me look at the forest stuff real quick. I want to look at the grass. The bush could be nice too. These bushes. What I'm really interested in is the grass. Not maybe the single pieces of grass, but the groups. Yeah, these groups. I can have this stuff grow over the... I could have this stuff grow over the gravestone. Could just rise up out of the ground. Yeah, I don't think we're going to use these trees or anything. I think I like the trees that we have. All right, let's try to understand this scene loader thing. So what happens if I just run the project, a bunch of stuff happens. Oh, let me change the editor settings. I want to be able to run this in a different, that's not an editor setting, is it? That's a project setting? Oops. Project setting? Display window, windowed. Yeah, mode windowed. Okay, the mode is windowed. Why doesn't that happen? I must have an editor setting that plays it embedded. I don't remember how to change that. Let me look here. There's probably a button here. Embed game on next play. Okay. There we go. So this is what happens if I hit play. There's a really sleek intro. It's not scaling the UI at all, which is concerning. It kind of needs to do that. The continue option is pretty good. The lack of UI scaling is not good. I'm a little concerned about that. Let's read the docs. Let's read the docs and see if we can figure some of this stuff out. Okay, I can add levels to the scene lister. Okay, good. There's no time to read the docs. I know, Rihanna Journey. Yeah, I'm a little concerned about scaling. I might have to ask Mac about this. Game scene setup. Oh, we're back to the haunted carnival music. Excuse me. Sorry. Oh, there's some kind of stretch. Maybe there's some kind of stretch setting that's not set up correctly. I should have set Butler up. Well, this provides a guide for how to use Butler, so that's pretty neat. Maybe I'll try to set up Butler. Game saving. Hey, Crying Donkey, thank you for the follow. Happy Friday. How are you doing? Save system relies on resource files, which are vulnerable to having malicious script injected in them. Yeah, I know that. Global static class keeps the state saved to a resource. Developers are responsible for making sure global state.save gets called when they want the state saved to the disk. This doesn't seem super relevant for a web build. I guess I am concerned about that. Maybe the levels aren't locked and you could just select any level. That way we don't have to save where you got to. Oh man, there's lots of cool stuff in here about showing off the game. Lots of good docs in here. Game scene setup. So we're just going to use the game UI scene as an example, I guess, for setting up. But yeah, I'm a little concerned about the UI scaling. I don't understand quite how that works. I probably just don't understand some core thing about this. Is there like a config file? I think I saw a config, app config. There's an app config here. This is just remembering scenes. Saving. Save file first. Scenes. So you know all these scenes. Game scene path. Game scene, game UI scene. Okay, interesting. So then there was something here that was like the scene loader. Loading screen, debug. Debug enabled. Yeah. Your script is here. There's a list somewhere. There's a list of levels. I don't quite remember where. Let's look at the resources. Man, this is neat. There's so many tools in here. There's a game timer. That's also neat. Tutorial manager. Oh, this will play tutorial windows. Oh, this is also super neat. What's the tutorial? It's just a scene. Okay. It's just a scene we're holding on to somewhere. All right. So we put that all together. There's this level loader, level container, contain where the level instance will be added, level loading screen. So it's this. configural sim. No, that doesn't seem like it. Scene lister. This is it. This is it. Array string. List of paths to scene files. Pre-filled in the editor by selecting a directory. Sick. Okay, so I can make a list of scenes here. But yeah, I'm a little concerned. There's probably just a theme problem. I don't have a theme set. Let's see if I can pick a theme. I know I can. I just decided to omit it before. We'll run max game template. We'll look at set the default theme, run. So we could do expedition, which is kind of hard to read. Gravity, which is black and white. We'll probably do gravity because I think we need black and white, right? Yeah, let's do gravity. Yes. Save. All right, let's try this again. Yeah, it's not scaling anything. Just gonna screenshot something for Mac here. Just an example of what's happening. So we say new game. Are you sure you want to start a new game? All progress in the current game will be lost. I gotta see how this interacts with the web stuff. Confirm. Click the win button to progress. Click the lose button to try again. Close. Lose. You lost. Restart. Win. Level complete. Continue. Progress is saved. Press continue from the main menu will load the last level played. I can click tutorial as well. Tutorial. Progress is saved. Pressing continue from the main menu will load the last level played. I'm not sure what kind of state I've gotten into here. Change level color. Whoa, cool. You lost. Restart. Level complete. Continue. I don't understand what's happening here, but I like the UI that's going on. It's like it's adding outcomes or something like that. I don't know what it's doing, but let's try to figure out this UI scale thing. I would like to use this. I said I was going to use this, so I need to understand what's going on. Everything should have a theme. It doesn't look... Well, it does look like it does, but it does say the theme is empty, which is concerning. Instantiating a new scene, probably. Seems like each win plus one. Yeah, that's not how I expect a level select to work. I expect it to be a static list. I'm going to start this again. We're going to scrutinize the menu a little bit more. I'm going to see... There's a project setting we've messed up here. Stretch mode is disabled. Viewport. Aspect ratio. I'm going to say keep right now, even though I don't currently care. Let's see if that fixes this. It should. Nope. Huh. Stretch mode, viewport, maybe stretch mode, canvas items. Ignore. Just let them set whatever they want. See if that fixes it. You assuming it has nothing to do with max extension? Oh no, this is all their, this is the whole, all of this so far is their plugin, which is their game template stuff, which is mostly this menu system. It's like a menu and a save and a level select. It should make this a lot really easy to do. I've just never used this before. Blork, thank you for the follow. How's it going? Happy Friday. I'm just gonna message him. I'm like, why doesn't the UI ever scale? I'm sure it's a simple thing, like a misconfiguration that I've made. Could be a viewport width and viewport height problem. Like, it might just be based on this and it never changes. I don't know. Never seen this before? You're trying to learn it as I go? Yeah, no, it's super neat. It's available publicly. I'm using a preview version of I'm using an alpha for a premium version, but this is available. It's just called the Godot game template. It's available in like the asset library and all sorts of stuff. Very useful for game jams. Mac has done over 30 game jams. Mostly Godot wild jams is my understanding. Let me look at the issues and see if this is an existing issue. Doesn't look like it. Maybe I need to change. I've never seen this menu before, the settings menu. Maybe I need to try to get to the settings menu. Options. Video. Resolution 3840 by 2126. That's a weird number, but okay. How about 2160? Full screen. Not available. Oh yeah, it is. Sick. VSync. Anti-aliasing. This is crazy. Shadow resolution medium. These are all hooked up, huh? That's wild. Shadow quality. Audio. Master music. SFX. Mute. Cool. Game. Reset game. Okay, this probably like resets your save state. Input. Mouse sensitivity. Joypad sensitivity. Controls. I don't have anything in the input, so there's no mapping per se. You can reset it. Yeah, this is all super useful. I just don't understand this one thing, so I'm gonna reach out. Let me reach out to him real quick here. Where did I save this? Oh, it's probably here. All right, so I need to start hooking in my own game scenes soon here. CP codecs. You're super green. It's all low-key new to you. You just started your game dev journey like a week ago at 30. No, that's awesome. You're all in. You just know the editor well from a couple of courses. 3D is where your focus is and all your ideas wrap around. You're a stay-at-home dad, so you have to find something to fill your time, fill your passion. That's awesome. That's really great. Yeah, I usually do 2D, so this is pretty far outside of my comfort zone. But I like doing weird things during this jam because I can do like art stuff that I normally can't do. So I think I want to start instantiating this game UI, this game scene. Yeah, I'm supposed to have picked a theme, and I did pick a theme, but it doesn't seem... Let me see if I can find this theme that I'm using. Resources, themes, gravity. This doesn't look like it does anything for me. This seems to be mostly color based. Yeah, that's just all visual. That's all right. Codex, you built the Zelda 2D game, which was super cool and fun. You never finished it. While building, you found your niche is more 3D, but you know you need 2D for game jams, so you took the liberty to at least dip your toes into it. That's smart. That's smart. Yeah, I've definitely been learning a lot about pixel art. I've enjoyed pixel art a lot more than I thought I might. You bought some game dev TV courses. They've been amazing. Nice. Yeah, I know some people that like those. I'm not big on that, but that doesn't mean anything. Menus. Menu with background. Yeah, I don't quite... If I can unlock this UI scale thing, I feel like I can figure everything else out. The other thing that I need to figure out is the level select. If I figure those two things out, I think I'm going to be okay. Also not quite sure where I add things to. I think I can just add them into here. I'm gonna keep looking at the docs. This is kind of our grasp everything day. Persistent settings. Simple config interface. Yeah, I want to read some more of these docs. Where are they? Hey, DJ Ashley. You're also working on this jam? Cool to see a stream? Hell yeah. How's it going? We've pretty much just settled on our idea and pulled in all the art assets that we want to use. We're going to use third-party art assets for pretty much everything. We're doing 3D. And now we're trying to figure out this game template that I want to use that gives us this whole menu system and like a scene loader and everything. I'm trying to make this like a relatively chill jam where I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel, but I'm a little concerned I'm going to spend, you know, a ton of time just understanding how this thing works. I should have really put some time into this template before the jam started. But what are you doing? What are you thinking about for the jam? How do you find it so far? I'm going to try to make this game called Grave Escape, which is a reverse farming game about tending to a graveyard, where you're trying to keep everyone in the graveyard. You're trying to keep the skeletons in the ground, trying to keep the zombies in the pen, trying to keep the vampires in the mausoleum, trying to keep the ghosts from showing up. I think that's what I'm going to do. And we have a level progression interface here, so I'm interested to use it. Okay, Mac is getting back to me. Mac is the best. Yeah, the viewport width and height changes, I think. But I think we can... So, stretch mode is normally what lets us do this stuff. I think I want the whole viewport to scale. That doesn't seem to do anything, though. Let's turn full screen off. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. Hmm. Expand the aspect is maybe something I'm missing. Figure it out. Oh, okay. Is it as simple as like the viewport size is not changing? Do we need to lock the viewport size? Is that our problem? No, that doesn't seem to be doing anything. Oh, you can't see anything on screen. Yeah, you can't. Oh, uh-oh. What happened there? Let me see. Is it back? That was so weird. Thanks. Thanks, Miff. How's it going? Thanks for helping me out there. I've just been running the project and no changes have been made, but let me know. I'm trying to understand how to get the UI to scale. Thought you turned blind, Charmistic? Yeah, I didn't do anything. I just went into OBS and I just clicked the scene. And it came back. I didn't actually do anything, so... weird. Alright, let's keep messing around with viewport until we can figure out exactly what worked here. Is this gonna work? Nope. We're just trying to get the UI to scale. It's currently not at all, and that's kind of a deal breaker for me here. You're good. You participated in the previous Solo Dev Jam. This time you're just watching. Oh, nice. The last one I did was number 4, which was over a year ago. But this one I'm very excited to do. You know what I think I need to do? I think I need to change the scale, this scale bit here. Don't forget to stretch. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Charmistic. Happy Friday, everyone. Thanks for hanging out tonight, whether you're jamming along with me or not. We're just going to try different combinations of this setting until we find something that works. We might have to turn off resizable. I don't know. I think we need resizable, honestly. But we probably also want to keep the aspect ratio. What if I just increase the scale to 2? Will the UI be twice as big? It is. So this is determined by the stretch mode, but it never seems to change. Which is strange. What if I keep going? Yeah, it's so weird. So that's very weird. We're gonna figure this out here. Layout. Layout direction inherited. Full rect. Container sizing. Fill, expand, fill, expand. Size 640 by 360. So is this not... Does this not change? My problem with this is I don't know control nodes very well, so like I can't do anything about this. Is there a UI section here? Default theme scale is 1. Yeah, this should all be very dynamic. Music is crazy. I don't know how much I love it. Scale mode, fractional. So yeah, the stretch feels like it's not being applied correctly. Canvas items. Okay, I hate this song. I never want to hear this again. We might not listen to spooky music the rest of the weekend. I might not be able to handle this. I'll do it this stream, though. All right, let's read this. We actually need to understand how the engine works. So a canvas item, stretch mode, base size specified in width and height, stretch to cover the whole screen, taking display, window, stretch, aspect into account, right? This means that everything is rendered directly at the target resolution. 3D is unaffected, while in 2D there is no longer a one-to-one correspondence, blah, 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 blah. That's fine. We're mostly doing 3D. Yeah, I don't think we want to stretch the viewport. I think we can do canvas items. I think that's fine. I think I want to keep the aspect ratio. I don't think I want to undo that. But it's very strange. Hey, Symbol! Yeah, I'm doing solo dev game jam. I know the last one I did was number 4, which was so long ago. I'm trying to use max game template, but I'm having a hard... I'm not able to get the UI to scale. Unsure. I really like this template, too. I also really like the level select. There's a level select system built in here. I want to try using this thing. But I'm running into some issues. But yeah, what are you up to? Don't worry about me. How are you liking it, the jam so far? Start turning some lights off. You're making your jam? Yeah, I'm doing a little game I'm calling Grave Escape, which is a reverse farming game about tending to graves in a cemetery. You're trying to keep all the residents of the cemetery in the cemetery. So you're gonna have the skeletons are gonna be buried, and you're gonna try to keep them buried. This is kind of the idea I have. You're having a hard time coming up with an idea you liked? Well, we ideated for a couple of hours, so I get it too. I'm doing another game in 3D, which is unusual for me. So we also spent a lot of time shopping for art assets. I say shopping. We didn't spend a lot of money, but we did a lot of browsing. There's not some kind of master UI thing going on, is there? Yeah, we have this whole UI scene loader thing, which is really neat. It does not work right. I'm at like a 4K monitor, and this is the kind of scaling I'm seeing. I need this UI to be scaling reliably. It's not doing that. Let me look at the remote tree, see what's happening here. See if we can fix this. Control, minimum, layout mode, uncontrolled. This is where I'm hurting. Grow. So it's got grow in both directions. Okay. It's got fill. Should it also have expand? Is the lack of expand causing me problems? Seemingly not. Not the version margin. I need to look at the menu container. Title margin. So are these not growing? I have a hard time understanding these. You went with an Ikaruga type of idea? Oh, nice. That was one of the interpretations. We had a number of theme interpretations. And the last one was Ikaruga. The second one was Peter Molyneux's Black and White, and I was like, that would be fun. That'd be fun to do. I definitely don't have time. All right, I'm going to turn some more lights off because I'm getting blasted here. Let's see if the camera is able to recover. This camera's pretty good in low light situations. Let's see if it manages it. Okay, I can't do that. I think it's just going to be this. Yeah, Ikaruga sounds fun. All right, I got to get past this UI thing. For some reason, the scale is not changing. Oh, here's the credit scene. That's fun. Oh, we're even crediting Git here in the credit scene. Yeah, nothing is scaling. I'm concerned. I'm having some concerns here. There's probably some fundamental aspect I don't understand about how the scaling works. I've got canvas item stretch. I have keep aspect. Let's try expand. I don't think this is going to do anything, but I'm willing to try. The Godot opening scene is scaled correctly, but this is just nothing I do scales this UI. I love this menu system, but I can't use it. I'm a little concerned here. I'm a little bit concerned. Main menu 3D. What if I just open a different menu? Will this work, or is it going to crash? Play this. Play the current scene. Oh, okay. The 3D menu scales. Sort of. Oh, this is pretty neat. I like this 3D menu. Yeah, sorta. I mean, that's probably my fault. I probably have an aspect ratio controller thing. So this one kind of works. The 3D one straight up doesn't. There's a 2.5D menu. Maybe one of these will work. Okay, whatever I did there, it did not like that. Yeah, this 2D menu is not working. Main menu with big buttons. Okay, these are bigger, but they're still not scaling. This isn't good. Am I crazy? Do I have a basic menu template like anywhere, like in my standardized code? I have tile star, but what about this? So this is my menu system that I've made. I don't think it does anything yet. But when I run this is just a sanity check. Yeah, it scales. Let's try to find the difference, you know? Find the difference in this setup. Stretch mode viewport, aspect keep, scale mode integer. Okay. Also, let's change the embedded. Let's run it not embedded. Here we go. So yeah, this is what we're expecting. This sort of behavior. And we just don't get it. All right. So there's something going on here. Might need to make a new project or something, or try this in a fresh project or something. I'm willing to spend some time investigating this. Because if I can figure this one thing out, I think everything else is really easy. But this one thing is I don't know what's going on here. Just gonna try different stuff until something works. Nope, nothing I do. Nothing I do seems to do anything here. Sure, Mystic, can you show the issue again? When you try out on your end, the buttons zoom in out when you stretch the screen, but maybe that's not what you were looking for. I wasn't paying too much attention. So you have this downloaded in you have the UI scaling when you do this. Like the buttons get bigger. Because I can't recreate this. I can't get it to do it. I've tried every combination of the display, the window display stuff. You just downloaded the latest release. You switched to stretch mode to viewport or canvas items, and it works fine. Okay. We're going to make a new project. I'm also using a different version, but I'm not going to blame Mac for this. There's no way that's his fault. There's almost certainly something I'm misunderstanding. Maybe we just grab... Maybe we try to make a new project. To be fair, I kind of pressured him into rushing this. I was like, I'm doing a jam this weekend. Would you be ready for some alpha testing? And he was like, yeah, sure. So I'm going to rename this again. I'm going to rename this Solo Dev Halloween Jam. And I'm going to make a new project. The new project. Why does Godot insist on installing this to OneDrive. Drives me insane. Drives, get it? Select folder. We're gonna make, what are we calling this? Grave Escape? There we go. Grave Escape, compatibility render, git, version control. Try out the 1.33 release to see if the issue's there or if we can officially rule that out as an issue. Yeah, I'm tempted to do that. I'm going to go to the asset library. I'm going to look up the game template. I try to find max game template plugin. I want to try to install it this way. I assume this is how you installed it. There's a couple different ways you can install this thing. There's from the asset library as both a template and a plugin, meaning it can be used to start a new project or added to an existing project. I want to use it to start a new project. Oh, I see. I should have done this a different way. This is a lot of instructions. This music is wild. All right, I might turn my lights back on, but a lot lower. It a lot lower, and then I instantly blinded myself. All right, this is the lowest these lights can be. You downloaded the release from GitHub and imported it as a Godot project? Like you added it to an existing project? Because that's what I did last time, too. I have this fancy premium version, so maybe I should try to set that up one more time. I don't know. Concerned. I'm willing to spend time on this, though. I really want to use this. I kind of want to use the level select, though. I don't know if the level selector is in this version. I hope it is. Loading screen, opening scene, persistent settings, simple config. I think it is. I think it's in this. The extras folder holds components that extend the core application. Level loaders. Okay, so it's considered an extra. You pressed import on the Godot launcher and chose the extracted zip folder. Oh, okay. That's probably how I do it as another way to do it as a new project. Okay, interesting. I'm gonna open the super secret premium version that I have over here. I mean, it's very possible that I just messed something up. Even if we spend a while debugging this, it's probably going to be faster than me making my own UI. Although you never know, I guess. I'm gonna try to do this one more time, using the premium version that Mac was so nice to set up for me. I'm gonna see if it was maybe just a weird freak accident. Maybe I'll set my stretch settings first and then install the plugin. Canvas items. I don't know what the different options here are. I'm gonna keep, do fractional. I'm gonna reopen it because I think that's typical. Cancel. Oh, reload from disk. Close this. Reopen this. Grave escape. Open this. So we can open up my README here. Script. Add-ons. Max game template. Alpha testers start here. Enable the plugin. Plugins on. Oh, this is version 1.3.3. This is not considered a different version. Interesting. It's recommended to copy the example scenes to a destination outside of the add-ons folder before editing them. Would you like to copy the examples now? Yeah. Sure. It's recommended to run the opening scene of the plugin and test if any issues occurred during the copying process. Would you like to run and test the scenes now? Yes. So this is the basic plugin setup so far. So here's Grave Escape. Here's all this stuff. If I do all this, whoops. The copy scenes worked as expected. You may delete the source examples folder. This avoids code. Yeah, sure, whatever. Sure. Cancel. I'm going to use the gravity theme. Oh. Did that work this time? Did it actually work? Aha! I don't know what we did. All right, now let's see if we retain that functionality. I would have felt so bad if I couldn't use this. Here's the real test, though. So we will run this. Looks like it's all done. I don't want to add the input prompt icon, so I'm going to skip that. Now I'll save, I guess. Save. And now what I'll do is I'll run the premium setup. So I think this is maybe where I got into trouble, maybe. So we'll copy the example files. Copy them to the same folder. Okay, customize the main menu. I want to use the 2D menu. Oh, I can pick this. What's animations mean? What's the difference? With left tall. Oh, I kind of like this one. Right tall. Big. Big buttons. We'll just keep it like this one for now. I think I can change that later. This is pretty neat. Back. All right, I'll customize that stuff later. Delete example files. Yeah, let's do that. Customize the default theme. Yeah, I'm okay with this. This is so helpful. This is such nice stuff that's in here. All right. All right, let's do that again. Let's see if we're in good shape. Nope. Nope. Broke. It broke. Where did it break, though? Huh. That's annoying. What's in the premium version anyway? All right, I think I just have to use the regular version of it. All right, one more time. One more time. We owe this to Mac. I'm gonna delete this. Removing it from the list doesn't delete it, does it? Or does it? Oh, it seems to be gone. Oh, no, there it is. Get that out of here. So we're going to try this one more time. All right, we should go through some of the instructions so we actually don't mess this up this time. Hey, look, everyone's here. Some jerk took Mac already. Oh, look at you. You're worried. You're curious if the bug is scene independent. Setting the main menu back to the main menu with animations, right? Resolve the issue. Hey, Tamer. No, I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't. So far, Mac, situation is when I set the project up, the problem doesn't happen when I do the regular setup, but when I go to do the premium setup, it breaks. So let's see. So let's open our current project folder that already has the premium installed. Appreciate you hopping in here. Oh, does this work now? All of a sudden? I swear this was broken before. Oh, I'm just in the main menu with big buttons. What if I launch the actual... So if I launch from here... Okay, now it works. I swear this was broken. For so long. Now I'm embarrassed. Alright, let's try to break Mac's thing. It was so broken. And now it seems totally fine. And I didn't do anything. I mean, I did a lot, but I didn't... Maybe I needed to turn it off and on again? So now we've got viewport stretch with integer scale mode. That's the only thing I really changed was the integer scale mode. Let's go back to fractional scale mode and see what happens. No, it just works now. Okay, I don't know. That doesn't seem right. How's our remote tree looking? Man, we spent like a while trying to get this to work, and now it just, I don't know what I did. We even installed a fresh project, went through the setup process again, and it was broken. But for some reason, this project, it works now. All the ones that have worked look like they're using main menu with animations. It has the fade in at the beginning, so it might be the other scenes that have the issue. Okay. I feel like that's what I picked. Let's go to the tools. Let's go to the setup. Let's go to customize the main menu here. So 2D. So the one that works, you say, is main menu with animations. So what if I purposely pick this one that's not? And then we'll back out of the rest of that. Plugin is scared of the creator. I think that's what happened. No, it's just working now. Thanks for hopping in. Apparently you literally... You can go back and look at the VOD. It was deeply broken. But I'm very excited about this. I really want to use it. I need to understand a little more about the level select screen. Like when I lose or win, if I pick one of these and I continue, progress is saved is great, but now there's 3 of them. And then I do it again. And then if I win, I continue. Now there's 4 of them. I'm just going to ask some questions since I have you here. I'm going to be annoying. I know you have better things to do. So that I get... So what is this? It's like, this doesn't seem like it's a level select screen, unless it's just for, as an example, adding things. Is this like a list of saves? I'm curious about that workflow, because my game has, I think it's going to have 4 or 5 levels, so I'm really curious about getting that working. It's more of an example of progressing through levels. Okay. I'm sure I can figure out exactly what's going on there. I really like it. I never make games with levels, but I'm gonna this time. Well, yeah, hey, it works. I'm gonna change my project name. Maybe that'll break it again. Let's go back to canvas item scale or canvas item stretch with fractional scale. And we keep the aspect ratio. Let's see if that works. So each scene with the buttons is an editable level. So you basically just progressed from 1 to 3 and then got to the end credits. Okay, so those are already packed in there. Oh, so you couldn't see the other levels until you beat the preceding level? Is there a way to make all the levels visible? I should just read your docs. Your documents are actually really good. They're like very detailed. This seems to just work now. I'm happy, but I'm mildly annoyed. Not annoyed at you. I tried so many things and nothing worked. Oh, okay. So if I change the name of the project, it breaks everything. So I think what I did to fix it is I changed the project back, the project name back to what it was originally. And it seems to be working. Okay. And now try to restart? Yeah, all right. We'll give it a restart. This is just coding in the wild. This is just the kind of shit that happens, yeah. That's so funny. Oh, my tea is cold. Oh, cold tea. Maybe the name has to be the same as the file path. I don't know. Maybe I'm doing some other weird magic. It's weird, though, because it didn't work when I made a new project. I made a new project, and it was broken from the beginning. So maybe just the name Grave Escape causes it to malfunction. Oh, now it's really busted. All right, we're going to figure this out. That's fine. This is kind of what the first day is. This first day is all about setup. You think you're back, at least for a bit? It's going okay. I'm troubleshooting some stuff with this template we're using. I'm being a bad user, and I'm breaking it by doing things like changing my project name. So if I change the project name back, let's see what happens. Now it works again. I guess I can't change the project name. Huh. That's crazy. It's weird though, because I swear. Oh, now it's called an unnamed project. Something weird is happening here. I'm gonna call this Grave Escape, and I'm gonna run this. And it's not working. Okay, and now I'm gonna rename it to Solo Dev Halloween Jam. Okay, now it's still not working, so that's good. If I'm gonna break it, I'd like to break it in a consistent manner. I'm gonna rename it Grave Escape. I might actually even change the file path name. I'm just gonna remove it from here. I'm gonna change the file path. I'm gonna do what I wanted to do originally. Oh, there's multiple folders. I think there's conflicting folders. I think I understand what's happening. I think there's something weird going on. I mean, I don't understand what's happening, but I think I can try something here. Let's import a project from here. Let's grab, not from the downloads, from the documents. Let's grab Grave Escape. Import. Open. Okay, here we go. Let's see what happens here. Oh, we're saving the scene. We're doing a bunch of stuff. Oh, now it's really broken again. Okay, now it's back to just not working. Interesting. Well, we haven't done anything yet, so there's no real harm so far. We have been working on this for an hour, which is not great. What is probably the best way of attempting to fix this? It's probably starting over with the actual project name that I want. You're pulling at straws at this point. Maybe there's a config file for the Grave Escape that's messing with things. The only other guess would be that changing the name is resetting the stretch mode settings. I don't see how that's possible. I mean, it's technically possible. All right, well, I've kind of... There must be some kind of config file in here. I mean, I know you have a config file. There's got to be something that's doing something. This is really slow for some reason. I think Godot is maybe upset with me. Well, we're not turning it off and on again because I don't have that ability. What am I looking for? I'm going to look for the... Canvas items, keep, fractional. We could see if fractional is what kind of busted it. I don't think so, but we can try it. Okay, it's working. I think I have an idea. I think because it's a 2D menu, it needs to be set to be integer. I don't know. I don't have an idea, but it's working now. So maybe we're just gonna take the win and not look too closely at anything, and be careful not to mess with it. It should be able to do fractional. Well, let's see. The one thing I want to avoid is the possibility that it just either breaks or works arbitrarily. But I don't think that's what's happening. No. So for whatever weird state I've gotten it in, it can't handle fractional scaling. So for whatever weird state, whatever weird thing I've done, fractional scaling is not working. And that's okay. We don't need fractional scaling. The animated menu also didn't work. Oh, we did try that. Or we didn't explicitly try it. Let's try that. Good call, good call. We'll set it back to fractional. We'll keep it canvas item, which our game is 3D, so that should be fine. I'm going to keep aspect ratio, though, because I kind of want... If I have a UI, I want it to be consistent. And then what we're going to do here is... It is weird. It is weird, but you have a really nice, big, complex project. And, you know, big, complex projects interact in weird ways with the users. There's no way to predict what the user's going to do. A user like me just busts everything up. Okay, customize the main menu, run, pick a 2D, pick a main menu with animations. Skip this part. This music's appropriate for the horror that we're dealing with right now. Okay, that doesn't seem to have any effect. So whatever I've done to ruin it, I can at least seemingly get it to work if I just keep it at integer scale mode. Integer scale mode seems to work. And if that's true, I can live with that. Nope, now it's broken again. So there's something else going on. And I don't know what it is. I'm changing too many things to really understand what's happening, but I'm going to go back to the animated menu. Let's run this. Menu with animation. Maybe I should select these. Maybe I should actually go through the setup process, you know? Thanks for the hydrate, Sapphire. Thanks for the reminder. Okay, now it's back to not working again. Oh no. Maybe there is some kind of config. Let's look at the global config. App config. I don't know what this does, but I know it's here. Also, how does the saving work in the web? Does it only save to that specific web play? Like if you shut the web player, it obviously stops working, right? You're not like saving stuff to people's machines. All right, this doesn't have any kind of config. Set from config in window, get window. It only runs on ready. I don't know. I don't know. I'm mildly concerned. Next time it's fixed, don't touch it anymore. I know, seriously, I should have just left it alone when we got it working for a second. Even on the web, there's ways to save some data locally. Okay, cool. Cool. I wasn't sure how it works. I'm not skilled enough to have ever had to do real saving, especially not saving on the web. Okay, I don't know what I did. Yeah, I think restarting Godot might work, but it makes me a little concerned. Let's see if restarting Godot helps. We're about to head into ads. Sorry if you get stuck in ads. Something is modifying the scenes or something every time I load it, which is interesting. I'm going to change this back to integer and just hope that this works. Okay, it gets into a weird state there. Okay, now it's in a really weird state. Oh no, what did we do? These are tool scripts. I don't know. I'm also grasping at straws here. Well, now it's not working, and now the fact that it's going from working to not working rapidly is making me concerned. Okay, that's back to normal. Is it going to scale now? Okay, now it's scaling. Okay, it's working now. Remove the name again. No, now we just have to ship just this. What did I do? What was the last thing I clicked on? I set it back to fractional scale mode and that got it working again. So canvas item, keep, and fractional seems to be working. I'm going to not touch this for the rest of the jam and just hope that it works. No more touching. Yeah, exactly, Charmistic. All right, we got it. We got it into a good state. I won't totally feel comfortable until I make a build, but I guess I could just make a build at any time. Stuck in ads, another idea. Under project, open user data folder and delete everything in there. Well, it's working right now, but I could do it. All right, we did it. project. Hey, Ran and Journey, you've been doing stuff around the house. Where are we at? The game done? Not quite. The menu's almost done. Yeah, exactly. It's working now. This soundtrack is killing me. We're not doing this the rest of the weekend. We're just listening to regular music the rest. Oh, now it's back to not working. It was literally just working when it was embedded, and now it's not working. That might be because, oh, is it back to working now? No. Okay, hold on. I might have changed some things. Canvas, keep, fractional. What if I swap this? Will it work now? Schrodinger's menu. Is it working or is it not working? I know. Okay, so it doesn't seem to be working when it's not embedded. Nope, it's back to not working. All right, deleting the user data folder was maybe a mistake. Can we get it working again? Yeah, the Schrodinger's-ness of it is scaring me a little bit, but I think we're going to be okay. Okay, back to not working. What the heck? It goes from randomly. It randomly goes from working to not working. Kind of rough. Oh, I just worked right through ads, didn't I? I didn't take a break at all. That was a mistake. Let's check the menu type again. Maybe we just go back to main menu with animations. See if that helps. Thanks for the hydrate. Okay, it's working again. What if I don't embed it? Okay, now it's back to working. We're not touching it anymore. We're not touching it. We're just gonna leave it like this. We're not gonna change any more settings. What did we end up settling on? Canvas, keep, fractional. That seems good to me. Oh, now it's back to not working. All I did was open the settings page. I didn't even change any settings. Maybe. This isn't this default viewport size. Oh, it's also not keeping the aspect ratio anymore. I thought I told it to do that. I think it might be like, yeah, it's like ignoring the settings sometimes. Oh, I don't even know what would cause that. Let's go back to integer. I would love to be able to get this stable. I don't know why it's decided that this is the aspect ratio, but can we get it to blow up? Okay, so this kind of was working. Why do you think this is the viewport resolution, though? This is the viewport width. It's like remembering certain things. It's in a very weird state. I'm going to go back to embedding it. We're just going to test and embed it. And now it's like in such a crazy state. Is my 4K monitor just like totally breaking this thing's brain? I wish you could like investigate. Or I mean, I wish I could see more into what's going on here. My Godot is haunted. It feels haunted. It feels deeply haunted. You're wondering if it has something to do with what gets read from the config file on start. It does try to match the last resolution. And now it's working again. I don't think it's touching anything. It seems like somehow it's getting ignored or something. I don't know. Okay, now what if I go back to embedded? This is only going to be played in a web browser. So I think I'm okay. Okay, now we're going to have it not be embedded. Yeah, I think something is trying to remember what it was last time. So what if I leave it like this, then close it, then launch it again? So now it thinks that we're in this like big mode. Okay, now it's like interesting. So it's something about launching it like maximized. The next time you launch it, it like doesn't work right. And then what if we go back to embedded? Is this from a build? What if something that only happens when testing or debugging? I'm concerned that that's the case. Okay, now it's in a super weird state. And then watch. What if I end it and then I restart it? Watch it be like totally correct now. Yeah, I think it's totally correct now. Yep. So there's something about when you close it and it's in like a higher resolution than like the viewport resolution, it seems to get it into a bad state, I guess. What if I do it like this and then I restart like this? Yeah. Now it's in a bad state again. So if I close it and it's at a higher resolution, it seems to reset in a weird way. Because right now it's 2364 by 1330. So how do we address that? This is really useful. Okay, good. Because I might not be able to use it if I can't get it to be consistent. But I'm glad I'm providing you data. I'm glad I'm providing you some data. Will it just work in the web build mode? Yeah, let's see that. Let's see about that. I need to remote deploy export setup. Where do I set that up? Is that an export setting? I need to add a web. Oh my god, I'm in the C# editor. Maybe that's causing some problems. I usually don't have a problem with that sort of thing, but I'll open the other editor. You're gonna be just lurking for a bit, trying to learn shaders, looking through the book of shaders. That's great. That's great. I should go through that. I don't know much. All right, we're gonna try this with the other editor. I usually don't have a problem with it, but I'm willing to try anything at this point. All right, let's test our theory, which says that, yeah, if we're in this large resolution state, the UI doesn't scale. Unless if we close the game at a regular UI state or regular resolution, and then we reopen it, and then we scale it, it works. But if we leave it in this resolution and then we close it, and then we relaunch it, now it's busted. So yeah, something about having the game at a higher viewport resolution, or at a higher resolution than the viewport resolution, gets it into this weird state where it thinks this is the resolution it should scale from, or like it considers this like scale 1 or whatever. But if we go back, and so if we go back to this 1152 by 64 or 648, and I shut it down and I start it, and now we expand it. Now it's good. What if you increase your viewport settings? Is that like the threshold? It seems to be. So what if we make the default viewport settings like crazy? What if we make them like crazy big? What if you make it the biggest resolution? I mean, this could theoretically still break on someone's machine, which is unfortunate. What's 4K? Just tell me what the 4K resolution is. 3840 by 2160. 3840 by 2160. What if we just make that the resolution? Well, that messes up the embed for sure. So we basically can't test this in embedded mode. Oh, and now it's in a really weird state. Where did this window even go? Okay, that wasn't a good idea. Set that back. So yeah, it's working now, but if I close it and I run it again, it will be wrong. And now it's wrong. Okay, well, at least it's reproducible reliably. You think commenting on appsettings.gd set video from config line 245 should prevent the resolution from reading from config on start? Okay, let's try that. App config, or app settings, not app config. App settings 245. Really appreciate you looking at this live. We're going to comment this out. Set resolution, current resolution window. Interesting. All right, let's try it. Okay, cool. And then so if I biggerize this, close it, relaunch it. Ah, yeah, this is different behavior, because the behavior it had before was it would remember the resolution that it was when I closed it last time. Neat. So yeah, when this isn't commented out, and I launch it and I make it full screen like this, and then I close it, and then I reopen it, it's already maximized. And it's treating that as like the one scale. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think that's it. I think you identified the culprit. And so now it's always opening it at the set project viewport settings. And that's the scale. So now if I do this, I biggerize it, I close it, I open it.
Your logic was impeccable, Captain.
It was. Mac is great. Coming in with a save. Perfect. I think you figured it out. You have work to do. No, you don't. We just commented out that one line. Just forget about it. It's solved. You got it. It's yeah. We're set. All right. That took like an hour and a half, but that's okay. It's time worth spending. You're definitely going to save me more than an hour and a half when it comes time to do the level select stuff and everything. Yeah, Mac is here. Mac helped us with this insane bug. Mac is great. We'll close all those scripts. I don't need to use them. You're off to bed. Hope to catch some more streams soon. My watch. Nice, yeah. No worries. Take it easy. All right, so is it time to... It's almost time to start making stuff. I gotta figure out the game scene stuff. So I gotta make my own scene based on the game scene, the game UI scene. So when I make a scene, I'll inherit from game UI scene, and then I will clear the parentage, is what I was told to do. We're going to start mixing our stuff in here, which is going to be complicated. So we've got all our examples. There's also the level list, which I need to think about. I need to figure that out. Let's go back to the docs. Where are the docs? They're in here somewhere. The docs. Your docs are great, by the way. Game scene setup. Also, I don't think I did all of these. I don't think I went through all of these existing project steps. So I'll have to go through here later and figure this stuff out probably. Hopefully that didn't cause the problem. But I do need to go through these ones. Okay, we're not using main menu with animations, I don't think. I'm going to go make sure that's the case, because I don't think I need animations. Yeah, we're using the regular. Okay. So if we go through all this, let's just see this flow here. I'm also going to try to break it one more time. Yeah, okay, sick. That's awesome. When I clicked the options menu, there might be a downside to having commented that line out. Well, it works okay for credit, but when I hit the options menu, it goes into here. I'm just playing with the menu. Maybe there's a way to fix that part. Your guess is the video menu probably has something in ready that is reloading the user resolution. Yeah, I think we can find that. It's the options menu doing it, I think. Figure that out. Menus. Options menu. I'm not sure which options menu I'm using. Man, I'm doing you a disservice by the fact that I didn't like study this template for like a week before the game jam started. If I had put in the proper preparation. Okay, we're using options menu with sidebar is what we're using. So let's just see. I would have a way. I would know a lot more about what I'm doing. Hey, Chaos Maker, just found the stream. You're wondering what's the topic of the jam. I can't say anything right now. The theme is black and white, which I think is a blank check to do literally whatever you want, as long as you put a black and white filter on it at the end. Some people are doing like Ikaruga style games, or like duality kind of things like Ikaruga, where you have like diametrically opposed stuff. We're doing a game called Grave Escape, which is a reverse farming game about tending to graves in a cemetery. That's what we're gonna do. But how are you doing? Are you doing the jam? You're the idiot doing the Ikaruga idea. I think the Ikaruga's idea is great. I think I'm gonna get punished at the theme for the theme stuff. Ideally, it doesn't take a week to figure it out and makes everything faster for people. No, I get it. I actually think you do a great job. I think the documentation is very comprehensive. I think there is a lot of documentation. I think maybe the setup, I think I underestimated the amount of cognitive load on my mind to understand how all of this works. And I'm a little overwhelmed. And in the back of my mind, I'm like, we could just not do this and we could just have like 3 menus that are the most rudimentary, janked up thing. So part of my brain is panicking and is like, this is too complicated, Dave, for what you're trying to do. But I think this is really good. I think there's a lot going on. I was blown away by your automated setup for when you go into the tools stuff and it goes through this checklist of things. This is all so neat. I haven't seen any of this kind of thing before. But yeah, I feel like I've done you a disservice by not studying this ahead of time. And having a more familiarity with what's going on. Because I shouldn't need you to pop in and like help me fix this stuff. Refresh visible scene. No. What controls the transition to the options menu? Not at all. You appreciate you testing it out, giving it a live trial. Oh, it is live. It is a live trial. Chaos, you decided to switch your web dev stack a week ago. You're trying to port one of your websites to Svelte. You guess just searching some will keep going. It's honestly amazing how much talented people are out there. Oh yeah. I find other people are very inspiring. So what menu are we at before? We're at like the main menu, and then we go into the options menu. So maybe the problem is in the main menu. Main menu script. Open sub menu. Oh, this is like, oh, what is this? It extends. This extends the main menu GD. This is the main menu GD. Scenes, menus, main menu, main menu. Scenes. Oh, there's a, okay, I see. There's a base main menu. Here we go. I want to see how the options menu is hooked up. Yeah, I think my problem is I just don't know how this works. So if I run into a problem or I need to make a slight modification, I like literally can't. Maybe try commenting out video options menu GD line 19. Okay. I don't even think I make it to the video options menu. It happens when I hit just options in general, I think. But I'm trusting, I trust you know the order of these things. This, options. I don't have to specifically, oh, you maybe you think something in the video options script is getting like reset or something when we do this? Because yeah, it does remember this resolution. What if I set this? You know what? It would probably be good if you couldn't change the resolution except by doing it in the video. That would probably be the right way to have this set up. What's the advantage of using GDScript over C# or C++ in Godot? It seems really unintuitive to use GDScript. If you know GDScript, it's really easy to use, and it's also very tightly coupled to the engine. So if most of what you're doing is just making engine API calls, GDScript's really fast, and you get to take advantage of the underlying C++ code. If you're just trying to do like raw simulation stuff in GDScript, it's not very good. It's mainly just a lightweight, efficient way to interface with the API. If you want to do your own heavy lifting, C# is faster than GDScript. It's slower to interact with the API, but it's faster in terms of just raw speed, obviously. And then C++ is the best. Like if you really need something to be performant, you can write your own C++ modules or GD extensions and stuff like that. So it's like everything else in Godot. It's optimized for flexibility, which is like the default state of things in Godot, which I think is generally good. Especially for like, if I'm in a game jam, I just want GDScript. I don't want to mess around. It's easy. It's intuitive. You said it's unintuitive. It depends. If you've never looked at Python in your life, it's a little unintuitive, yeah. But I think it's all right. That said, my main project is mostly written in C#, so I get it. I can relate. All right, we're gonna do what Mac told us. We're in. Wait, why am I here? I just thought Mac, and I was supposed to write video options menu.gd. Here it is. Your plugin is so good. This is such a big project. This must be so much to manage. I'm not surprised we're finding weird little interactions here. Line 19, you said. pre-select resolution. Okay. Didn't do it. Sadly. It's a good try, though. I'm gonna try this line. You'll keep digging. No worries. It's not, it's, you know, it's all right. It's my fault for having a high resolution monitor, you know? If I sound frustrated at any point, I am not frustrated with you or with the plugin, honestly. I think the plugin is incredible. I think if I wasn't under time pressure to understand it, I could really sit down and look at it and be like, okay, here's how this works. Here's how that works. I'm just feeling the pressure of the jam. And that's making it hard to focus on this stuff right now. Pretty interesting. We might be getting towards the end of the stream. I know I said I was going to go till like 8 or something. I might not. I might take a dinner break. Like try to step away, like do dishes for an hour or something like that and just think. And then maybe come back and look at this fresh. Because I feel a little bit mired right now. I think I need to step back. You can imagine how painful it is to debug hardware-based issues. It's definitely like a it works on my machine kind of thing. Because I can't imagine you've ever run into this Mac or you would have done something about it. Totally fine if you don't end up using the template for the jam too. I might get to that point just to let go. Because I feel like there's so much low-hanging fruit in this template that I could just reach out and grab. But it's like this enormous tree. There's like so much there, I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around it. I feel like I want to play around with this. I think I want to play around with the plugin just as a plugin and just do like examples and experiments and see how things... I want to study how you've done this. I want to study how you've handled the program flow between all this stuff. I feel like this plugin is really good and it really deserves to be studied for that alone. I just feel like coming into it with a time constraint and trying to understand it all at once was a huge mistake on my part. I think I made a huge mistake, which is not your fault. I honestly underestimated you and your template. How incredible and complicated and comprehensive it is. It's been very valuable to watch already. I'm not done with it. Don't think that I'm done with your template. Oh, that was not a good idea, but I just did. I already have ideas and feedback, and I think this is incredible. I really want to use this template for Ludum Dare next time I do Ludum Dare, because in a 48-hour game jam, I don't want to think about any of that. I just want a menu system that works. How often are these game jams hosted? You never participate in one? It depends on what you mean. The solo development team, I think they host a game jam every couple of months. They host many. I did one of these last year in August, and it was number 4. And we're in October, and we're at number 9. So this one happens pretty regularly. But if you want to look for some jams, Chaos Maker, yeah, in general, go to itch.io/jam and check this out. These are all the jams going on right now. And the jams coming up. So yeah, there are jams. We're still going. These are all jams of varying size, anywhere from like 10 to like 10,000 people in these jams. And yeah, they also go forward. So if we slide way back up here, you can see all the jams that are coming up too, so you can plan. So yeah, if you wanted to, you could be jamming all day, every day. You could literally never stop jamming if you wanted. It's crazy. Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy. Okay. Is there anyone doing game dev right now? Oh, I don't see anybody. I'm looking for someone. There has to be someone, at least, that takes part in like 3 or 4 at once. Yeah, I think people do that sometimes when there's a team stuff. Like if you're a team member on a jam and you're not like lifting it all by yourself, I think it's doable. Is anyone on my team streaming? Big Boy's streaming. You'll catch me later. Yeah, I think I will take a pause, have some dinner, take a break, and then dig back in for the night. I'm probably gonna remake my project from scratch. Re-import all the assets and stuff, and just figure out where the, because tomorrow I want to be feature complete. I want to have all the gameplay and all the levels done. And then Sunday, I want to do audio and like polish and stuff like that. So I think I want to do some more setup stuff tonight. It's just going to be really tedious, boring stuff to look at. Those are just the ones on itch. Yeah, exactly, Symbol. Symbol, why aren't you streaming right now? Could you go live real quick so that I could raid you? Mac, you've been thinking for a while of making a simpler mini edition of the template that's stripped down. Might work on that next. Yeah, I think you have all of the information available, but I think that, especially because I'm starting with the premium version, I think if I started with the you mentioned here like a mini version, like the menu template. I think if I had slowly more familiarized myself with your stuff, because look at all this stuff. Look at how much is in here. All these base things, all these extras. You don't stream anymore, Symbol? Oh, I'm sorry. I was wondering why I hadn't seen you around. But yeah, there's so much stuff here. Yeah, so I guess my initial feedback is like, this is all so slick and it's so smart and it handles so much of the setup itself. But I feel like I don't understand any of it until I've understood all of it. That's just me. That's just me, though. You have like 2 days a week you could stream. Yeah, that makes it really hard. That makes it really hard for sure. We are not listening to this radio station tomorrow or Sunday. I can't do it. I can't do it anymore. All right. I know we fucked around for like the last like 3 hours of this stream, but I think we did good stuff. I feel really confident with our idea. I feel really excited with our idea. I also feel really confident with all the art that we pulled down. I think we have a really strong visual identity, and we have all the assets we're going to need to put this together. I think all the work is really going to be level design. I think what I need to do tonight is I need to write a to-do list. I need to actually write a to-do list for this jam so that we can actually pace ourselves over the next couple of days. Glad you could catch this. Yeah, thanks, Mac. Sorry I had this false start with it. I had the thing of like I had my eyes opened up to a new layer of reality and my mind rejected it. I like didn't survive. It was so good. I feel bad for all the effort you put in to get this ready in time, and I'm like, I don't understand how this works. I'm just running into bugs, and I don't know how to fix anything. You can raid Captain Enosa. Oh, is Enosa jamming for the? Because I know Big Boy is too. But yeah, I haven't rated Captain Enosa ever. Maybe I should do that. Oh, I think they're doing something else. But they're still doing Godot dev, and that's what matters, so we're gonna raid that. No, Captain Nose is good. I've never raided them. I think that's a great choice. I'm gonna set it up. Have a nice meal. Thank you. I've got about an hour of dishes to do first, but I think I'm gonna need that time to think. Thanks for all the feedback. You did some light game dev in the past. That was really helpful. Okay, yeah, we're gonna be going all weekend. Hopefully longer. I'm tired today. I worked this morning, so I think I just need a minute, honestly. But yeah, I'm excited for this game. I'm excited for this jam. I'm excited to see what we come out with. I'm excited to do a game that actually has different levels. We might not do a 5th level. I think the vampire level might just be the put it all together level. 4 levels is pretty good. Then you get the cross shape distribution. You're gonna be hopping over to Onosa anyway. Oh, awesome. Yeah, let me set that up. I've got it going. We're doing it. Yeah. Thank you all so much. There have been so many people tuning in today. I really appreciate it. Thanks to all the followers, the new followers today. Charmistic, Lacutus, Strix, Codex, Crying Donkey, Blork, Chaos Maker, MLG. Yeah, we normally stream Tuesdays through Saturdays. This weekend, we're obviously streaming Saturday and Sunday. We're normally working on an FTL-like made in Godot. But this weekend, we are doing the solo development Halloween Jam number 9. I'm very excited to see what we come up with. I think we've got it. I think our scope is tight. I think our assets are locked down. Well, we need to figure out all our audio, but I think our visual assets I feel pretty pleased with. But yeah, there's a lot to do. Yeah, we'll be here. Yeah, I want to thank you all so much for watching. I hope you have a great weekend. Thanks again to Mac for being the GOAT. And yeah, I'll see you all next time. Bye.